Across the country in Kansas today, it is I, Ryan Buckley, along with Big Sook and Will Ortner on the other side of the glass. Primetime coming at you. How are you, big fella?
Ahoy there, boys. Doing good. Feel bad. Rob's having to deal with the olds, and that's tough.
It is.
It's tough when your parents get old, it stinks. I had to deal with that recently with my mom and like some assisted living. So our T's and P's are down there with the Robs, who are like the nicest people in the world, and so hopefully everything gets worked out down there in the heartland.
Yeah, I learned towards the back end of last week that my in-laws are the same age as Rob's parents, and we've gone through some similar stuff. So
That's tough, man.
Yeah.
Getting old is not for the faint of heart. And then having to do you accept it? Do you fight it? There's just a lot having to leave your home, and they've been in that home for ever.
And also, how much do you let them make their own decisions about that? And yeah.
Well, I think about myself because in a shocker, I don't like being told what to do. Doesn't go well when people tell me what to do. And yet you reach a certain point where your kids then have to tell you what to do. I generally feel bad for my children and the BTJ when you reach that point in life where someone needs to take control over my life and make decisions for my well-being.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to apologize in advance. And hopefully that doesn't happen for another 30 plus years.
Well, you've also said you're not going to let it get to that point.
No. I definitely, and people always think I'm joking, but anyone that actually gets to know me, there is no joke there. Before it gets to that, and within reason, right? Okay, if I have to have a trained chimp to help me around the house, or I need orthopedic shoes.
That sounds kind of fun.
Yeah, or one of those grabber arms. My mom's got one of those, those little claw things. That's fine. But if it gets to the point where I no longer have cognitive abilities that can really function, or I'm trapped, and I can't really do anything on my own, yeah, that's not happening.
Yeah,
we're going out in a blaze of glory.
So you kind of outlined your Sook's big send off at C Day a few weeks back, and kind of how you would I'm just saying, throw a party, let that be that.
I am going to take whatever money I have left, and I'm going to rent me. I'm going to rent me, because how expensive can it be? I'm not talking about renting the Tiger Woods yacht, but I'm going to rent a big old cabin cruiser, and I am just going to throw the best party that I could conceivably think of. And we're going to find out what all the drugs are about. God forbid, anyone ever has to do, heroin sounds like the most awful thing you can do. But apparently it's got to be somewhere great, because a lot of people are doing it. And I've never done heroin, don't plan on doing heroin, but if I get to that point, we're going to find out what it is.
It's the last day. You could always dabble.
Exactly. We're going full go. Just mash the gas, and there would there'd be a separate boat to take whoever else wants to go back to shore.
A little taxi.
Yeah, but we're going out boaty style, Point Break. And I just and I just want someone.
He's not coming back.
That's all I want. I want someone that loves me, that knows me, to turn around and be like, I don't think he's coming back. And no, I'm not. We're just going out at sea. Thanks for coming. Then at that point, there's no need for a funeral, no need for anything. File the insurance claim. It's a horrible accident, or in this case, a great accident. And we just welcome to Davy Jones. I'll wave to you as I pass him by on my way to Valhalla.
Well, it's funny that you outlined that, and then about a week later, I was on vacation with my father, and he basically said, if I ever get to the point where I'm starting to lose it, I'm out of here. I'm just letting you guys know right now, I am out of here. He didn't have it outlined the way you did, but I think he would like to create a scenario much like that.
Yeah, well, it's people always think that's I hear oh, that's a coward's way out. I'm like, it is? That's a coward's way out, as opposed to sitting in my own pool of filth.
And making other people take care of you.
Other people take care of me, draining.
And not that it isn't noble to take care of people going through that stuff. It absolutely is. But I think that when you've been on both sides of it, and you've lent that help, I think you don't want to be that for somebody else.
My mom always gave me a hard time, because look, this plan has been in place for the better part of 2 decades. Well, when the CTE stuff came out, I was always like, oh boy, that was a big that's my biggest fear. My biggest fear is CTE, Alzheimer's, ALS, something like that.
Dementia.
Right? Dementia, been hit in the head a bunch. That's always my 100% my greatest fear. And so when that link got made, because when I die, my brain, if they can fish it out of the ocean, it's going to the Boston Brain Bank, right? Go over there, study it. Oh, I'm not using it anymore. And that's when I developed my plan. This is when I concocted it. And everyone, like my mom and my wife at the time, they'd get so mad at me. And the only good part about my mom being in this assisted living home is there's these two guys, and because my mom's like, there's like 8 people, right? It's a house that's been converted into a like an assisted living place. So there's like 8 people, and there's 2 dudes there that are in pretty rough shape, and they just sit out in the living room, and they're like in like the super wheelchairs, you know, like support your head. I don't exactly know what's wrong with them, but I don't even know if they're fully aware of what's going down.
Sure.
And they just sit there all day, every day, sit out there, stare at whatever is on TV. And my mom said, I don't mean to be like morbid. My mom looked at me and she goes, I finally understand what you're talking about. And I'm like, huh? Exactly. Like, if that's my alternative, if I look at something, I'm like, in the near future, that's where I'm heading. I will trade a couple average weeks or months or whatever till I get to that point for one kick-ass night out on a boat when I still have all my faculties and we're doing everything. Anything that you've ever wondered, hey, I wonder what that's like. We're about to find out. And anyone that doesn't have the stomach for it, hey, don't get on the boat because it's happening.
Is this what you guys think about once you turn 30? Like, do I have 4 years of not thinking about death?
I
ever?
haven't thought a lot about this. Not that I don't think that there's some virtue to it. I do. I do think, though, what's interesting, at least for me, you mentioned onset, CTE and what that could be like. Did you see a CTE news network in the news today?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I saw that.
And I don't mean to laugh, but Antonio Brown, who has kind of gone off the reservation.
Kind of.
Well, yeah, he's gone off the reservation. Has tweeted through his, I guess, business account, which he calls CTESPN. He says, breaking news. NFL legend Antonio Brown has filed for bankruptcy today. He will be a first ballot Hall of Famer in 2027. He will be releasing new music this summer. He is also the founder of the most trusted source in all of sports. He's referring to, of course, CTESPN.
Well,
and then he says that the generational run continues.
Well, that dumbass, like, he walked away from, I want to say it was like 80, 90 million guaranteed dollars.
Is that how much he's still out on the table?
Yeah, when he signed with the Raiders, which at the time was one of the largest contracts a receiver. It might have been the largest contract a receiver had ever signed. And remember, he threw it away because he didn't like his helmet.
Yeah.
I kid you not. Look up and see what.
He froze his feet.
Yeah, he showed up to camp because didn't they have Hard Knocks?
Yeah,
they
had Hard
did.
Knocks.
He showed up to camp in a hot air balloon and then couldn't practice because he nearly frozen his toes off in a cryo chamber.
Yeah, he froze his feet in a cryo chamber, and then he wouldn't go out because they banned his old helmet. He wanted one of those old, like, Schultz or whatever.
It's a shut. It's horrible.
Yeah.
I had it. It used to cut up my
Is
forehead.
It shut? Is that what it's called?
It's
SCH.
Yeah, UTT. It used to cut up my forehead, and I almost had a scar right here from mine. It's a horrible helmet.
And so the NFL, like, over the last handful of years, has gone through and, like, the old Air helmets and the old Rydell. They're like, you can't wear those anymore. Like, you might as well wear a Kentucky Fried Chicken bucket on your head. Like, you can't wear it. And Antonio Brown was so pissed that he refused to practice because he couldn't find a helmet. So between freezing his feet, a helmet not fitting, and then secretly tape recording his coach.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. Well, that was in Pittsburgh with Tomlin, right?
That was in Vegas.
Pittsburgh was when he went on Instagram Live.
That's what I'm thinking
No,
of.
he taped John Gruden like a conversation. And so, like, he ended up, like, walking away from the better part of $100 million. And now the dumbass is broke. So, like, I feel somewhat bad for him because, like, he's got, like, something's wrong. Like, that's not.
Yeah, a trip down his timeline is really interesting. If that's putting it nicely, he's dropping slurs on other people and other races.
He barricaded himself in his house for a while.
He evicted either his girlfriend or baby mama. I think he put up a sign that said that she wasn't welcome there anymore. Kicked him out of the house, and then he wouldn't come out when police responded. I believe
he went to a public pool and went skinny dipping.
Yeah, and he tried to have some pulled pork there too. It was not great. Yeah,
not good. He sucks.
Yeah, you want to talk about, like, someone going off the deep end? I mean, this is one of the more spectacular, falls that we've ever seen in professional athletes. Because, like, if you go out and just commit a crime, like, I don't know, Ray Cruz style or whatever, like that's,
Or even like Henry Ruggs.
yeah, right. That's one incident, right? And and even I guess that's different because Antonio Brown hasn't killed anyone. It's just been a series of unfortunate dumbass events. He's like Lemony Snicket's. He just keeps making poor decisions. And at one point, Antonio Brown was the best receiver in the NFL. And yes,
and it wasn't close.
Antonio Brown is a Hall of Famer. It's just, I don't know. I've never quite seen something fall like this, just one after the other, and he kept getting a chance. Remember New England and Tampa and all that, and it's just,
I forgot about New England.
Couldn't keep it together.
Yeah. Well, and the thing though for me that I kind of wonder about as well is like he's in this situation where nothing that we hear about him would shock us or surprise us at this point. I'm wondering when's the last time we had an either athlete, celebrity who was in this zone of whatever you heard, you'd be like, yep, that tracks. Like Mike Tyson, when he got his face tattoo, was kind of in that zone for a while.
Yeah.
Like, but he is so far outside of like where he used to be.
Tyson's is pretty good because,
Charlie Sheen was there for a little while.
Yeah. It's just when you see real life meltdowns and mental health or drugs or whatever it is, it's kind of startling when you just step back and then, you realize like he didn't make that much money in the NFL, and you take taxes and all that, and he was a known guy that wasn't paying for anything. Like that was like he had a bunch of movers and he wouldn't pay them. Like he was notorious for not paying any of his bills.
And then didn't he assault one of them or something?
Yeah,
like
he
that?
assaulted one of them. So it's this. I guess this shouldn't be a shock, but we filed bankruptcy, and yet he'll still continue to try to claim that he's like living this great life. And he bought an arena team too. I think that
he did for like 2 weeks. Didn't pay any.
Didn't
of
pay
them.
anyone. He bought an arena team and then couldn't write the checks for anything. And dude, he's an interesting fellow.
You talk about buying a team without any money for it. You're a hockey guy. Have you seen that documentary on the guy who bought the New York Islanders in what was like late 80s, early 90s, who basically was a total fraud and got the team anyways?
No.
It's incredible. It was one of the first 30 for 30s that I thought, I don't really know this story. I can't say I'm that interested. And then I picked it up. I was like, holy cow. I'll figure out the name of it in the break, but it is a modern sports swindle, and I think only because it was hockey. If it were NBA, MLB, or NFL, it would have been a way bigger deal. But the sale of the Islanders basically had to eventually get reversed because the guy who bought him never had the money, never ended up paying him.
I guess when he went to the Raiders, they owed him $50 million over 3 years. That idiot couldn't keep it together for 3 years. For $50 million.
Well, it honestly kind of felt like self-sabotage to a degree. Like there were people who didn't believe it was actually about the helmet, that he was just coming up with stuff to find reasons to not play, not have to be there.
It's just amazing that you can't, because he could have just half-assed it and still been a really good receiver and gotten $54 million. Imagine being so stupid or just, I don't know, mentally ill, if you want to take a more tragic approach, and you just wipe your arse with $54 million. And as someone points out on the Vancouver Ford text line, that Hall of Fame speech is going to be worth tuning in for.
Oh,
yes.
Boy.
I honestly don't know, like...
How do they finagle their way out of it? Do they, like,
He is without question should be a first ballot Hall of Famer, but... So I wonder how those votes are going to go. It was like... Because you vote him in, you know that you're giving him that... You're giving him that podium. And if that's the case, buckle up. I mean, it wouldn't be the worst, but Lawrence Taylor's in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Lawrence Taylor's a worse guy than Antonio Brown. Lawrence Taylor was like underage, like professional. Well, I guess you can't like that sex trafficked people. Like Lawrence Taylor was a legitimately like terrible human being.
He was a bad dude in that regard.
And like he's in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, text line pointing out Antonio Brown. I remember him farting in his doctor's face or something like that. Yep, that was another assault that he had created on somebody.
Yeah, I think it was a team trainer.
Yeah, it was a team trainer or something. Yeah, he would.
He also had a weird tweet about like basically watching adult films in hotels and what you're supposed to do when you're taking care of yourself there. It was disturbing.
He's an interesting fellow.
Interesting is one word for it. We will try to get to some more interesting topics on today's show. There's a lot to get to after a busy weekend. I know that you guys talked plenty about the Scotty Scheffler arrest on Friday morning.
Dude, he was one round away from completing. Because if he doesn't have the third round, he wins that thing.
Yeah.
And it would be the greatest moment in golf history. To get stuffed and cuffed and then go out and win a major championship, one bad round. And not even the bad round the day he got arrested. It was the next day.
The day he got arrested, he tied his own personal best score for a second round in a major in his career. He went 5 under on day 2.
So close to giving us the greatest golf story of all time.
But alas, we get a first-time major winner instead. We'll get to that. Had a couple Game 7s in the NBA. One of them was epic. One of them kind of disappointed. But what we have left is a conference finals in both conferences set that I think has a lot of intrigue. We'll dive into that a little bit too. We also got the All-NBA rookie teams. Not too many Blazers in sight. We'll have to discuss what that means for the franchise. But coming up next, we will get to our AAA heating and cooling poll question. It does relate to the NBA and the Game 7s we saw yesterday. What's worse for a home fan? We'll get to that next. You're listening to Primetime with Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan. One text coming into us on the Vancouver Ford text line. Of course, you can reach us 503-8646-FAN. They said, if Ma and Pa Rop are the nicest two people in the world, how do they produce the most cold, heartless heathen like Isaac?
It is weird. And his dad was a clergyman.
Man of the cloth, yeah.
His dad was a man of the cloth for many, many years. And I'm telling you, Ma and Pa Rop, seriously, are as nice a human beings as you'll ever meet. And I don't know how that happens. I don't know how you get a cold, dead, godless heathen like Isaac Rop. Go figure.
Well, let's get to today's AAA Heating and Cooling poll question. You can, of course, visit AAA Heating and Cooling on AAAIAQ.com. And today's poll question is about the Game 7s. And I was thinking about this. I personally thought we would see the Pacers win on the Knicks home court, which they did. I thought that the Nuggets were going to take care of business. But what we got was I think an incredible storyline in the late game of a 20-point lead being blown by the home team at elevation. Oh, by the way, they were the defending champ as well.
I turned it off.
I did too. Until I saw some notifications and some pings that it was getting close again. I was like, wait, hold on a second. And so I tuned back in later, but when that thing was like 15, 18, I thought it was curtains.
I was watching the game, and then at half, they extended the lead to, what was it, 17, 18 at the half, something along those lines.
I think it was 18, yeah.
And I turned on EA Sports Hockey. I'm in the midst of taking the Vancouver Canucks to the Stanley Cup right now.
Okay.
So I flip over and I play a game of video hockey. And because I was like, oh, this thing's over. And it's halftime anyways. And so I finish up the game. And so I turn back on, and there's like a couple minutes left in the third quarter. And I looked down, and I literally thought to myself, I was like, oh, the Timberwolves cut into this lead. No, they had the lead by like 4 points. I was like, what? I had to go back on my phone and look through like the box score in the play. It didn't seem right to me. I thought I had like entered some sort of weird video game time warp. And then I watched the end of the third quarter into the fourth, and it absolutely blew me away.
So I ended up getting sidetracked from my own question here and the AAA Heating and Cooling poll question, but what is worse for a home fan, blowing a 20-point lead like we saw Nuggets fans endure, or never being in the game in the first place like we saw for Knicks fans? And now, to the Knicks' credit, in the third quarter, I think they got it to 7. But honestly, the Pacers came out shooting. They shot 79% in the first quarter, and the Knicks are supposed to be this juggernaut defensive team. I know they're banged up. I know that they were missing guys towards the end, and of course you end up getting Brunson hurt, but I think both of them were tough. One of them, you think, okay, here we go, we've got this thing in the bag, and then it's like the water torture of the team coming back and taking it from you. The other one is you just never were in it.
I think it's worse to blow the lead. Like, with the Pacers and the Knicks, well, one, I mean, the Knicks were so beat up, and you just wondered if there was anything left. And by the time Brunson got hurt, it didn't matter anyways. But, I mean, that thing was just a mass shoot-it, right? And the fact that Indiana played the way they did and shot the ball the way they did, at least then you can just be like, you know what, it just wasn't our night. But to have, Murray had 24 in the first half, to look that dominant, to extend the lead at the half. And they even said it on the broadcast, they were like, hey, this can go one of two ways. Either you get this under 10 or you push the lead up. And they pushed the lead up at half. And then to see it crumble like that, I think it ended up being like a 54-20 something run to close out that game.
Yeah, the second half was 60 for the T-Wolves to 37 for the Nuggets.
I mean, to see that happen, and even towards the end, right? It was nip and tuck. It was they'd get it to 3, they'd push it up to 5, and then just the way it ended with the bad rebounding. I mean, how many close out, box someone out? My God, how many dunks can you get? It felt like there were so many moments at the end of that game where it felt like Denver, okay, they took their best punch, and here comes the championship medal. And then Minnesota would respond with either a block underneath or a putback dunk or a big offensive rebound. And to see your team just kind of run out of gas like that, and then kind of at the end, not even be willing to play the free throw game, it just kind of seemed like a team, like you see this in fights. You see this in like MMA or boxing or wrestling matches where the person is so exhausted, they just lay down, basically.
Yeah.
They let someone, you see it like in UFC, where basically they let themselves
You're not throwing in the towel, you're just allowing yourself to get beat.
Yeah, someone just rolls over and lets the other person choke them out because they don't want to quit, but they don't have the gas to keep going. It felt like that in the last minute of after the big, was it Anthony Towns that had the big throwback dunk? It just kind of felt like that one was, Denver just was like, all right, well, we're done. And to see your team, a championship team like that, oh my God. I'm sorry. I would rather just have my team not show up. I would rather just have it be like, you know what? I knew from the very get-go it wasn't my night tonight, and just be done with it.
Yeah, it's tough. I think that there's an element of, if you're there for the experience, building that lead, like going through that game, and there's a lot of highs before that low comes, but the low that comes is getting your heart ripped out as a fan.
Yeah.
At least on the other one, early maybe it's not our night, like you said. People pointing out on the text line, Suk mentioned you stayed at that 5,000 inning Mariner loss. That seemed like a bad ticket to
Yes,
buy.
I sat there for every one of those effing
Was
innings.
it 18?
It was.
Yeah, Orner
Was
says
it
yes.
18? Yes. And by the way, it's inning after inning after inning of nothing. And to lose on that, yeah, just devastating. Someone else, the Western Conference Finals, the Lakers coming back on Portland. You're telling me that wouldn't have been better had Portland just been blown out? This guy says he still hasn't recovered from that. That was 2001.
Yeah.
Like the blowouts, for whatever reason, they don't last.
Yeah,
It's
text line saying again here, with the blowout, you just kind of shrug and go on your way.
Yeah. Like we have those, and well, I'm sure you had these too. Like, I remember we got beat by Syracuse. Like, it was an embarrassment. It was an embarrassment. We didn't even watch the film. Like, you just go back on you go in on Monday, and the coach is like, "Well, not gonna watch this one, boys. There's nothing we can take out of it. We burn it. It's over. It's done." Those are easier to flush. Those are easier to flush than the ones where, if you're Denver, you're going to look at that game and be like, my God, guys, like what happened? I mean, Porter Jr., Gordon, I mean, nothing. They just completely no-showed.
Porter Jr., 3 of 12 from the field. Yeesh.
Yeah, those are going to be the ones. And again, they'll go back and look at those box outs. There was a couple of those where it looked like Denver just didn't move their feet.
Yeah.
Like guys just stood there. And those are going to be the absolute ones that you go back. They will remember those for the rest of their lives. The blowouts, you'll move on from those.
And then I wonder though, you always end up asking the questions, will this, will a championship team be back? It feels like the Nuggets have enough of the star players and right guys in place to make another run at this thing. But you never know.
I don't know. This is 6 years in a row. It's the first time since like the 70s. We'll have 6 straight years in the NBA of a different champion.
I'm glad you brought that up, and we can talk a little bit more about that coming up as well. But I think that's I didn't realize that. I think it's great.
I love that we've got new blood, and I wish Boston wasn't there because I think Boston's going to win the whole thing. But
sure.
I love that we've got new blood, and I love that you're seeing different teams. But in today's world of the salary cap situation and kind of the end of super teams, and it's hard. Denver's going to have to make some tough decisions about what they do. And, they got their title. Milwaukee won one a couple years ago, and they went and got Dame. But, Milwaukee hasn't sniffed one since. Like, winning titles is tough. But it used to be, you win a title, and it felt like, well, you're going to be in line now to win, maybe 2 or 3 of these over the next 5 years, and the window's open. And look, Denver's going to be fine. Like
I think so too.
You have the best player in the league. You have a well-constructed roster. Hopefully you get the contract situation worked out, and you can kind of keep the group together and maybe piece together some cheap, you need a better bench. But there's no guarantees. And again, 6 years, different champions. So I just think sometimes that window that we thought was always open, it appears in this world of the NBA, it's just, I don't know, it's not there. It's at least that's what we've seen over the last, half a decade.
And then on the flip side, it makes me wonder, especially in the Western Conference, what kind of staying power the Timberwolves and the Mavericks have. And we'll get into that a little bit coming up later when we talk about the Eastern and Western Conference Finals being set. But coming up next, I want to spend a little bit more time on that T-Wolves game. What makes a likable winner and a likable star? I've got some audio for that. And also want to talk more to your point of 6 different NBA champions in the last 6 seasons, if you include this year. The parity that is good for the league, that's coming up next. But first, Will has SportsCenter.
This did not look like it was possible down 20 early in the third quarter. The Wolves win Game 6. They win Game 7. And to the huge throng of Timberwolves fans behind their bench, Karl Anthony Towns just staring at the crowd, enjoying the support. What a win for the Wolves on the road in Game 7. Unbelievable.
That was the call as the Wolves wrapped it up in Game 7 against the Denver Nuggets in Denver. Just a really impressive come-from-behind victory. Not quite done talking about them because I have had so much fun following this Wolves team during this run, and I think a little bit has been lost in the let's just talk about how great Anthony Edwards is and his arrival as a star and his comparisons to Jordan, and like all that's fine and good, and I do think that he is a really fun guy to watch, and I think that he is a budding star in the league. But the way this team, I don't want to say came out of nowhere, I just didn't expect them to arrive so early with him being their front man, and it's been impressive to see him take down the defending champs the way they did.
I loved it because I thought going into this playoff run, we dismissed two teams. We dismissed Oklahoma City, who didn't get here. You know, they got knocked off by Dallas, who all of a sudden is playing defense and looks really good.
Yeah.
But, you know, we dismissed Minnesota and we dismissed Oklahoma City. And it's like, well, you know, they're young and they're fine regular season teams, but we don't really, you know, put any stock in them in the postseason. We even heard that there was a great clip where, and we probably have it somewhere, where one of the reporters asked Anthony Edwards and Karl Anthony Towns, normally you have to take your lumps in the playoffs. Like,
yeah, I've got that right here. Here's how that exchange went.
And usually in NBA history, it says you have to lose and lose big before you win. What is it about this team that says
we lost last year?
Yeah, but that's different. You have to lose at a bigger stage. Usually, teams.
It's the playoffs. We lost last year.
We lost the last 2 years.
Damn. How much more we got to lose?
How much you want us to lose?
Been losing for 20 years.
I mean, that's just the truth, dog.
Damn.
I love it. I thought he's like, why did we dismiss Minnesota? And by the way, go back a couple years when they made the trade for Conley and Rudy Gobert, and they gave up all those picks, and everyone made fun of
People
Minnesota.
thought it was horrible. I thought it was horrible.
I just love the fact that Minnesota, and I'll give credit to Rob for this. Rob was like, hey, this may end up being stupid, because if we go back, people thought the Gobert Conley thing was ridiculous. People thought that they were all out on Karl Anthony Towns. I remember the Blazers. You know, there was talk of, hey, do you go get Karl Anthony Towns?
Would you if you could get him?
To pair him with Dame? Because the idea was that Cat was out there, and dude, so many Blazer fans, I don't want anything to do with that guy. That guy's a head case. Well, dude, Minnesota gave you the bird because they took that swing. They built around Karl Anthony Towns, and by the way, it helps to find arguably the best young player in the game in Anthony Edwards. But you assembled this team, and by the way, Conley, their GM, was the one that built the Denver Nuggets, and then he goes to Minnesota and he's like, hey, I'll build a team to beat that team. Outside of Mike Conley, they're all 6'5", 6'6", 6'9", 6'10", all long, all athletic, two bigs, one, all he does is play defense. Like, this is such a great story of a team that was assembled the right way and then took a big old swing to go out and get a couple vets like Rudy Gobert and Mike Conley. And so to see him in this position after they've been written off so many times, I think it's freaking awesome. I absolutely love, and they're fun. Like, I know Gobert, people love to bury him, but Anthony Edwards and even Karl Anthony Towns has kind of shed the label of kind of being a whiny little bitch. And this is a really, really fun team that's easy to get behind. And Edwards is the face of it, who might be the most personable young player that we've seen in the NBA in 10 years. This is awesome.
As much as this was like a big coming out party for Ant, I think with casual fans, I think this was also like a story rewriter for Karl Anthony Towns, because the thought around him is he's super soft. Well, when it came to guarding Jokic, he was the best answer that they had, save Naz Reid for like 3 or 4 minutes game 2, 3 or 4 minutes game 7. Like, their best answer was Karl Anthony Towns. And that's not something that you expect out of him. And I don't know if he's now grown up a little bit. I don't know if the coaching staff is now getting the most out of him and they're getting him, to be a little more selfless defensively. I don't know if it's him realizing, hey, Anthony Edwards is raising this team up to a new level, so I have to raise to a new level, like a rising tide lifts all boats type of deal. But I'll tell you what, like, out of this series from Cat, I have a newfound respect for him, and I don't see him as being that soft, whiny big man that was never going to be anything other than an empty stat scorer. Like I now see him as a key focal point.
And Gobert was just a couple games ago was getting killed. And then he goes out and in the final, especially that final quarter, he looked like the best player on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and so I love to see sort of those redemption arcs.
And
And by the way, to Blazer management, Minnesota has like one guy that's like 6'5", that's under 6'5". So maybe just get lots of bigs. Can we?
But you're right. It's not like
Can we do that?
It's not like they're the island of misfit toys.
No.
But they have 3 of their 5 starters are guys that I think other teams in the league could have had that they didn't want, and that's Gobert, Towns, and Conley.
Yes.
Like, people thought Conley was washed too, and
Yes.
he's out there
They were
contributing.
every one of those players was available.
Yeah.
And Minnesota stuck to their guns. And like I said, that Gobert trade at the time to most people looked absolutely foolish, but they were assembling this team to beat the team they just beat.
Mm-hmm.
And think about this. Like, and I know Denver looked gassed. Even after the game, I think it was Aaron Gordon. Was it either Gordon or Porter Jr.? I think it was Gordon, said, I did not realize how tiring defending a championship was. And someone asked how he felt right now after this series, and he said, effing exhausted.
Yeah.
When you go through that deep run in the regular season, and I just think they ran out of gas. Flat out, they ran out of gas. And to see a team break the will of the defending NBA champs 3 times. They beat Denver in altitude in Denver 3 times, including Game 7. Dude, I don't know if Minnesota goes on and wins a title. I think they get by Dallas. I don't think anyone gets by Boston. I think Boston wins it, unfortunately. But I just think for a team trying to get over the hump, beating the defending champs 3 times on their own floor, and especially in a Game 7 coming back from where you were, dude, you have my utmost respect. That's big boy basketball there for a team that no one gave any credit going into this postseason.
So I feel like we're kind of all 3 of us in lockstep that this Timberwolves team is super likable. We like their players. We like the way that they're built. We like their energy. But it kind of made me wonder on a deeper level, what makes a likable team, especially in the NBA where it feels like there's haters all over the place, so to speak, for lack of a better term. But why this team? Is it just part of it for me is an energy thing. Like it's what we heard in that press conference, and just the energy that they give off with, I think, the media in addition to what they do on the basketball court. But maybe it's some of the redemption stories too. Maybe it's the grit. What is it for you?
I do think there's a youthful energy to it, but I think it a lot of it stems from the fact that, one, you're not in New York, you're not in Chicago, you're not in Miami, you're not Boston. It's Minnesota. I mean, and I think outside of the Buccaneers, I think I was listening to Dirt and Sprague, we're talking about this today. I think outside of the Buccaneers, it's the worst winning percentage in professional sports history for a team. So the fact that it's Minnesota, and yes, they got Conley and Gobert, but a lot of this is homegrown. And Anthony Edwards being kind of the face, I think I think for lack of a better term, he sets the tone. It looks like they're having fun. Like they're not malcontents. Even his, when they got blown out in Game 5, right? And they had to go back to was it games when they were leaving Game 5 and they were going back to Game 6 in Minnesota, and Anthony Edwards, I guess, told the locker room attendants, I'm gonna see you back here for Game 7. And someone asked him about it after Game 6 where
they whooped him in Game 6.
They whooped him in Game 6, and he goes, and Anthony Edwards is like, yeah, man, I told them, mother bleepers. He's like, I told you I'd see you back in Game 7. Like, in some ways, that could be considered to a lot of people like an a-hole sort of maneuver, but he has this.
It's how you deliver it.
It's how you deliver it. He has this likability factor, and I think it spills over, and I think he's gotten Karl Anthony Towns like on board when Karl Anthony Towns was viewed as just a malcontent bitch and he was viewed soft. But when you put him with Anthony Edwards and they're together and they're answering questions, like he feeds off Anthony Edwards' energy. And so I think it just it spills out. So I think it's a fun story from a franchise that's been beyond beleaguered, and they have this young, likable star, and I think it trickles out to everything else. And every story you hear out of there is that it's just a good locker room. Like you don't hear anything bad out of there. And then you get the guy like Conley, who's this quiet reserve veteran to go along with it. Now, if they win 3 titles, we'll all go to hate them. But it's a very likable team. And they don't even, and Gobert may be like their Draymond. Like he may be the guy that everyone didn't like, or if you want to say it's Karl Anthony Towns, but it fits because every other part of it is likable. And when you're a likable group, you can have one.
And you
can have
need one of those.
You can have one ass.
Well, I think you touched on a good point. Like this is the first real year that a lot of people have seen them, so you haven't had a chance to get tired of them.
Yep.
But I also think the other key point is like when you watch the Mavs, if stuff doesn't go well for Luka, what does Luka do? He goes to the referees and he starts whining and complaining.
Yeah.
And you can see it when you go to the game or when you see it on TV and you go, hey, man, like, you're not going to get a foul call every time. And you know what? Sometimes it's 50-50 and it doesn't go your way. I don't want to see that. That can be annoying. You know what you didn't see coming from Minnesota? At least not from Ant. You didn't see that same type of complaining. Like, Anthony Edwards shot horribly in this game. He was 6 for 24. But instead of complaining or saying, hey, I need these foul calls, that's a foul, you should be calling that for me, he went back and played defense. He'd get a steal on Murray, shut Murray down after Murray had, 24 in the first half, shut him down completely, took him out of the game, and then he was able to get easy buckets on the other side. Now, he didn't have a great scoring night for Ant Edwards, especially in a Game 7, but he went out and he did the little things that you don't always see from stars, especially young stars. And I think that's what makes people like them.
He had a great one at the post game where he looked down at his sheet and he goes, "Man, I was ass." He's like, "Did you?" Like, he was looking over the box score with Karl Anthony Towns and he was reading off his stats and he was like, "Oh my god!" Like, you just, and that happens. Like the last game that Kobe, when they won the title, with Pau Gasol, that last one that gave him 5 over Shaq's 4. Go look that. Kobe played horribly.
I think he was 6 for 24.
I mean,
Yeah, I think so.
Horrible. But you just kind of gloss it over and you won a title. But I love the fact that in the biggest game of his life, and Edwards was 6 of 24, 2 of 10. He's at the post-game press conference being like, "Man, I was ass." And he goes, "I was 6 of 24." And then he looks down at the thing. He's like, "I was 2 of 10?" He's like, "Oh, man." But he's like, "I played that lockdown defense." And he right now, if I'm picking who I'm pulling for, it's Anthony Edwards and then to an extent the rest of the Timberwolves, but I'm rooting for Anthony Edwards. I think when you look at this Final Four, he is by far the best, the best player personality combo, likable factor that we have going in the NBA, and it's fun to get behind those guys. And last year it was kind of like Jokic, right? Last year it was Jokic, who was this lumbering kind of lovable, like he doesn't want to do this he just wants to go play with his horses.
He's just this big dancing bear.
Yeah, and he was this fun guy to get behind. And then this year, a lot of people got annoyed with that. So it's always kind of the flavor of the month. It kind of changes. Giannis was this way when they won in Milwaukee that first time.
Just went and got chicken nuggies after they won the title.
And right now, that's Anthony Edwards. I don't know what the staying power is because Golden State was as likable a group as you could find.
Well,
Steph Curry is as likable a superstar, but if you win 3, all of a sudden we've got to hate you. And right now it's hard to hate the Timberwolves.
But the way you just described some of those other guys, it's the same with all of them when they were winning their first championship. It's authenticity. And I think that's, and it's mentioned on the Vancouver 4 text line here too. It says authentic Edwards is the rare star who just seems to be himself and is not always thinking about his brand. And I think early on for those guys, Jokic, Giannis, the Splash Brothers, and now in this case, Edwards, it just feels like they're being themselves and they haven't maybe yet been jaded by the business.
Someone should pull the Russell Wilsons and the Alex Rodriguez and like take those examples and to every young star coming into the league, right? Cam Newton who says, I want to build take every one of those douche canoes. That's this manufactured kind of polished thing. And then go bring up the Charles Barkleys and the Anthony Edwards and people that are just authentically themselves, whether that's very wholesome a la Steph Curry, because that's who he is, or if you're a little more edgy like Charles or Anthony Edwards, who may be some like in between that, just hold those guys up. And it's like, dude, if you are just authentically yourself.
Well, Klay Thompson's just in his own world all the time. He's a good example too.
If you just are authentically yourself and then you've got the game to back it up, it's so much better than trying to be some sort of douchey, pre-packaged, this is what corporate sponsors want. It's just so much better. And your likability factor, because right now, dude, if I'm a company, I want nothing more than Anthony Edwards to be on my payroll. Like, and I don't know what from a national. I think he's got like what Puma or is it Adidas, whatever his shoe company is. I know he has his own shoe. But if I'm a marketing person right now, I want a piece of Anthony Edwards. I sign me up. I want that guy doing national spots. Where's his chunky?
He signed with
suit
Adidas in
Adidas.
2020.
Yeah, where's his? And he's got his own shoe. And like, just Adidas is always looking for their next face of their basketball brand as they transition away from Dame. Well, there you go. Make that guy in Minnesota the face of it, because I'm buying what he's selling.
Well, despite Rop being in Kansas, I'm doing my best Rop impression getting us off of the clock. We will continue to talk a little bit more about the NBA. Some amazing things happened over the weekend that I'm not sure everyone is aware of. We'll get to those, plus maybe a soundbite from a disgruntled coach. That's coming up next on 1080 The Fan. The NBA playoffs from Sunday, two statistics stuck out to me. One team, one individual as being remarkably impressive over the weekend. The first one, we have to head over to the Eastern Conference. We touched on this a little bit when we were talking about the poll question, what's tougher to stomach for a home fan in Game 7. The Pacers had the Knicks number all night, and they had it from the beginning. But the number that really stood out is the shooting percentage. The Pacers shot 67.1% from the field, which is the best in any playoff game ever.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it helps when the Timberwolves all have to play 95 minutes per night, or the
Knicks.
Timberwolves, the Knicks. They have to play like 95 minutes a night, and they have like 4 healthy bodies.
Yeah, it
But
felt like they
still.
could barely cobble together a starting lineup.
But still, yes. I do appreciate the fact that Indiana plays no defense, and it's all gas all the time. Because the rest of the squads here, like they're all kind of rough and tumble teams. I kind of appreciate there's one team that's like, screw it, we're just gonna try to score 130 on you. But you shoot the ball at that level, like that's one. If you're in New York, you just shrug your shoulders. You're like,
And they're a good defensive team.
Yeah.
It's not like it, but they tried to throw Anunoby out there. He only was able to give him 5 minutes, and they were a mash unit. Josh Hart still played 37 minutes, even though he was undergoing an abdominal issue.
Yeah.
But I mean, they needed 39 out of DiVincenzo because then Brunson gets hurt. It was a really fun season for that team. It just they got to a point where I just don't think they could hang anymore.
no. And so, like, if you're the Knicks, I still think you feel pretty good about where you're at going forward. If Thibodeau can actually not run the team into the ground, and you've got some cap flexibility, like. Does anyone doubt that if New York was healthy, New York would be in the Eastern Conference Finals?
Yeah.
And the East sucks. Like, it's not good. And I know it'll get better. You figure that Giannis and Dame will get healthy, and even Jimmy Butler in Miami, although that situation, we'll see what happens there. But the East is wide open. I mean, wide open.
Yeah.
And if you're New York and you get OG back, if you get Julius Randle back,
Yep.
might be like, oh, New York needs to add another like big key piece. Well, isn't that just Julius Randle when he's healthy? And then you have a legitimate MVP guy in Brunson. You have two, like, basically you just assembled Villanova you got two like super glue guys in Harden and DiVincenzo.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if I'm buying futures in the East, Boston's going to be there for the foreseeable future.
Sure.
But if you ask me right now, if I'm buying Milwaukee or I'm buying New York, I'm not certain
See
that
a little shift coming.
I'm not certain that it's Milwaukee. Like, Dame did not have a horrible year in Milwaukee,
But it did not go as expected.
did not go as expected. The whole coach thing and Doc Rivers, and I don't know. It's like the Dame is dinged up again, and is Giannis dealing with stuff? I don't know. It's just and Middleton's not the same player that he was. I'm just saying, if you ask me the next 5 years, who's better over the next 5 years, I'm not certain that the answer isn't the New York Knicks. So if you're New York, yeah, this year ended with a bit of a dud, but I think you're in a really, really good spot going forward for the two best teams in the foreseeable future to be New York and Boston. And then the NBA probably gets all hot and bothered with the idea of Boston and New York duking it out.
And then over in the Western Conference, the only matchup we haven't really talked about, or the series that we haven't talked about getting closed out, was the Mavericks finishing off the top-seeded Thunder. That one went right down to the wire. The Mavericks win that one 117-116. The remarkable stat that stood out to me from this one is now Kyrie Irving 14-0 in potential closeout games in his career. Best in NBA history, and by a long shot. If the guy has 3 wins under his belt, he will win the 4th game. And he didn't have a perfect game. He wasn't the guy, but played well enough again, and between him and Doncic and the depth that they're starting to show off the bench, they got it done.
Well, and they're playing defense again. And that's the weird part, is you've got Kyrie Irving and kind of chubby Luka out there playing hard defense. And, it's give Dallas credit. Like, Dallas has transformed themselves, and those two players have transformed themselves. And Kyrie talked about this the last 2 wins they had, where he goes, yeah, he understands. He goes, I may not, I may not score 30 a night, and I'm okay with that. And that's a guy that I think you've seen because remember when he first got there during that trade, it was awful weird, and it didn't feel like that was going to fit, and 2 ball dominant guys, and neither one of them plays defense. And
and Kyrie was a handful of a personality at the time, and that seems like that's at least cooled off a little bit, or at least been buried somehow.
And give them credit, because they figured that thing out. Both of those guys have committed to playing defense, and here's Dallas, in the Western Conference Finals. And again, buying futures, dude, Oklahoma City is going to be just fine. Again, you look at what they have in an era of the NBA going forward where roster construction and salary cap and cheap contracts and depth are going to be a big deal. There is not a single team in the NBA set up to be better over the next, not just 5 years, but over the next 10 years than what Oklahoma City has. And Oklahoma City, up until this point, hasn't been willing to mortgage anything. Like they easily could have gone out of the trade deadline and added a veteran piece to this and made the big swing, and they haven't. They still have a ton of assets to do.
It feels like they're still laying in the weeds. Like they
Well,
haven't
yeah,
really
and-
taken their
and-
shot
and
yet.
Giddey probably is out of there. He gave him absolutely nothing, and he's a pedophile on top of that. Like they'll make some changes and tweaks, but you've got like what? How old is SGA? Is he 23, 24?
He's around my age, so he's around somewhere between 24 and 26.
Okay.
He's 25.
Okay, so
Nailed it.
you've got a 25-year-old who's a top 3 MVP guy. You have a budding superstar in Chet who looks like the sky's the limit. You've got a guy in J-Dub who is just starting to figure out how good he can be. And then you have like 1,000 draft picks going forward and capital to go play around and do what you want. Like this, there just isn't a better team set up. So this one's going to sting for Oklahoma City, being the number 1 seed, falling short against the Mavericks. But dude, you want to talk about the whole, you have to lose big in order to take that step forward. NBA, get ready. Because if there is a team that's set up to have a quote dynasty or a Golden State-esque run, or, win 2 or 3 titles over 5 years, it's Oklahoma City. That's the answer to that question.
I think so too.
If you're a Blazer fan too, there is some solace you can take in this Mavericks team. Like last year, they were in the play-in tournament and then started tanking, right?
That's
When
right. They got in
tanked,
trouble for not wanting to be in that play-in tournament, basically.
Guess who they took in that draft pick? It was Derek Lively. Now, is he a superstar? Probably not, but he's what they needed.
He's
in
a
game
contributing
7,
rotation player for
he
sure.
was absolutely huge. He was that third player for them between Luka and Kyrie. And I know PJ Washington has had games where he stepped up into that role.
The trade deadline stuff that they went out and did, they made
Right.
their team
They improved.
instantly better, and they've become now. They've become a defensive-minded team that can play D, and then you've got 2 of, and maybe the best closers in the game. You've got a guy in Kyrie Irving who is a proven finisher, as you mentioned, in elimination games, and you've got a guy in Doncic that when you need a bucket,
He'll go get it.
he'll go get it for you. Arguably,
And he's got some dog in him,
the
too.
best one-on-one player in the NBA.
Like, Kyrie's clutch, but Luka has that kind of end of game, I'm going to put the team on my back vibe to him.
He's got that fat, angry,
He kinda
like
does.
frat boy thing where drank like 7 natty lights. Now he's a little crowned up on a Friday night, and someone's making fun of him because he's got man boobs. So you got to go out and like pick a fight. The dude's an assassin. I just, I don't know. I have a hard time pulling for Dallas, especially when Minnesota's on the other side. Just come on, let's can't we all just get behind Minnesota? Anyone but Boston, though. I could live with that too.
I agree.
Anyone but Boston.
Yeah, I mean, Minnesota would be my first pick, and then I would probably put Boston at the bottom of that heap. So yeah, that's the way I would want it to go. I don't particularly care for Kyrie, even though what they've been doing is impressive. So I would say, in order of my preference, I would go T-Wolves, Pacers, Mavericks, Celtics.
Yeah, I just can't. I can't have Boston. And I celebrated when the Bruins were eliminated out of the Stanley Cup playoffs, and now I need the Celtics to fall to. I'm done with Boston. You've had it too good for too long. Go away. Go away, Boston.
We've had plenty of NBA talk so far. We still have some leftovers in that department, but we need to move over to the golf world. Xander Schauffele coming away with his first major win over the weekend, plus more fallout from the Scotty Scheffler arrest. Still very bizarre. We'll get to all that coming up. Plus, Will Ortner's Stock Watch in the news and the Hot 5 at 5. That's all ahead on Primetime on 1080 The Fan. As always, and doing the heavy lifting on the other side of the glass today, Will Ortner. He'll have our stock watch coming up at 4:15. It's time that we finally take an exit from the NBA, at least for a little while, because we had a golf major over the weekend, Suk, and we had a first-time winner at that golf major. I still think that the arrest that happened Friday morning will be the thing that people talk about for years to come, but pretty cool, I thought, to see Xander Schauffele finally get his first major trophy.
Yeah, Schauffele was long. He was, 30, I think, and he was long considered the best player to never have won a major. In fact, he went out and shoot 62 in
62
round
on the first round, which was tied for the Valhalla record as well as the low major record.
Yeah, and I think the 21 under is a two par. I believe that is also a championship record.
That is correct. That is also a very dominant fashion for Xander.
For Schauffele to do that, but I remember after that first day, we were all sitting around and everyone was like, yeah, he's not gonna do it. Like, we've seen this before. Like, no one thought that he was going to be able to close it out. So, I thought that was cool. And to do it, give credit to the doucher, by the way. The guy put up a 20 under. How about you shoot Bryson DeChambeau shot 20 under and lost. But to see Schauffele come out and birdie the 18th the way he did and stuff that thing to 6 feet. I mean, that's some pressure.
Yeah.
That is some absolute pressure to go out and do this. I thought that was a cool way to end it. I thought it was pretty classy that DeChambeau, who was getting ready for a playoff, walked over to the green and kind of congratulated him. So, again, I don't know if I'm a national story if Xander Schauffele moves the needle or what the ratings were on that, because I think golf is in a bit of a tailspin right now. But from a casual perspective, that was a cool moment. And it was nice to be able to see him get it done. The story you wanted was Scheffler getting arrested and then coming back and winning it. And by the way, he damn near did it.
Yeah, it almost happened.
With the exception of the stupid third round where he blew up, I think he was 3 or 4 over on that third day. He could have won this tournament.
That was his first round over par in 42 consecutive rounds on tour. So, and I think you're right. It was 4 over. Someone pointed out on the text line, too, and this is a good point, that his caddy was gone on Saturday. His caddy went back home for son or daughter's high school graduation, and then he said he was going to come back on Sunday. Who knows how much that played an impact? Scheffler himself said he wasn't really sure that the arrest on Friday impacted him Friday. He thought it was the fallout afterwards that really kind of started to catch up with him. But
he shoots 67, 66, 73, 65. If he puts together another 66, we maybe talk about something a little bit different here. And then wouldn't that have been fun to see him coming down the stretch? It would have been nice to see Scheffler in the mix down there at the end with Schauffele and DeChambeau.
Because we had a good leaderboard after Friday.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you brought up your friend the doucher as well, because I thought he had another great moment. Did you see his moment that went viral when he was walking between holes?
Yes.
So if you haven't seen this yet, it's all over Twitter. It's easy to find. But Bryson is walking from one hole to another, and he tosses his ball to a fan behind the ropes. And he's tossing it towards a kid, and some adult snatches it and basically runs off.
Yeah.
And Bryson starts berating this grown man
him
until he comes back and gives the kid the ball.
In the midst of being in contention to win a major championship, he took his time to absolutely dress down that piece of crap. And then, if you haven't seen it, he does he stops, does the club out,
point at you, it's you over there,
points at him, and is like, no. He's like, listen here, you son of a bitch. First off, don't ever be that guy.
No.
That is
foul ball, golf ball, whatever.
So embarrassing for a grown man. But I love, is DeChambeau because now, and everyone loved that, and then everyone loved the classy move coming out and congratulating Schauffele.
Are we falling in love with Bryson DeChambeau?
Is the doucher, and he's not as puffy as he used to be, right? Is the doucher starting to become a bit of a fan favorite?
I don't know.
We got the live golf thing, that kind of is a killer for some people, but I will say that the golf ball retrieval was the best thing that I've seen from the doucher, maybe ever, and it made me like him just a bit more.
He's big on YouTube too. That's gotten a lot of people more on his side.
And he stopped wearing that stupid hat too, right? He was wearing that dumb Kangol thing.
He
for
would do
a while.
the flat hat. I think, wasn't it a Payne Stewart tribute? I thought that was related to. I thought it was related to that. There was a reason behind it. I don't remember. I'll have to look up in the break what it was. The other piece of news, just to wrap things up, is Scotty Scheffler was supposed to be arraigned today in Louisville. He was not. That has been postponed until June 3rd. So I don't know that he's going to show up in court. People think that all the charges are going to get dropped. His attorney has said that they will be entering a not guilty plea.
Isn't it crazy that he is being charged with a felony of like
assaulting a police officer?
And it's like, if I was staring down assault of a police officer, dude, I'd have a little poop in my putting shorts. But he's like, I'll be fine.
Well, it's funny, and I don't know how much what information was out when you guys did the show on Friday, because obviously you knew that he had gone in jail and the memes were flying around or whatever, but all the details that have come out basically sounds like Valhalla was set up to have golf fan police officers as most of their personnel there, but because of the accident, it pulled other people in, including people who had no idea about golf. And the one time Scheffler could have used the "do you know who I am" and avoided all incident, he was too nice of a guy and just kind of tried to do his own thing.
That's what you get for being nice.
Get a hardo police officer who latches himself onto the vehicle, tears his $80 pants, and away we go.
And I will state this till the cows come home. And some people call me a bootlicker and all that. I like police. Shocker, right? Big white insurrectionist dip ass loves the police.
Puts on Oakleys.
Are they tactical?
I do not wear wraparound.
Wraparound.
I do not. Although I do wear those when I ride my bike, and that's a little
tactical.
You gotta have.
Story's already falling apart, Suk.
You gotta have the big glasses though when you ride. There's nothing worse than when you have some
a bug in the eye.
A bug in the eyes. You do have to wear the big glasses.
Starting to have that when you walk too.
Yeah, so you wear those around just in case, just in case an insurrection breaks out or I need to teach like 7th grade gym class. But no, I lost. What were we? I've completely lost my train of thought.
Oh, just the police officers. No, you're not.
Yes.
Or you are or not a bootlicker, perhaps.
I am pro police. I think it is a very hard job, but they're compensated well for it. So I'm not like. This idea that like cops like hate their job. No, most of the cops that I have love their job. They wish there wasn't certain things of it. So I'm very supportive of the police. And I have a lot of friends that are police officers. But let me state for the record, there are a ton of a-hole cops.
There are idiots in every industry across our country. And the idiots get the worst name in all of those industries.
And there are cops that shouldn't be cops. There's cops that ride a razor's edge. I'm all for when a cop does something wrong, absolutely punish him. Like I'm not one of these that's like, oh, he's a cop, therefore he's infallible. Far from that. Okay? This is my 2 cents to whether you are a major championship winner, whether you're a 16-year-old kid driving for the first time, whether you're a 45-year-old man getting pulled over, just take a moment and realize what sort of cop you're dealing with. When the cop first
They're not all the same.
They're not all the same. And maybe they should be, but that's not the way it works. So 2 things. 1, whether you think it's fair or not, you might want to listen to him because the guy's got a gun and the law. And 2, just pay attention to who you're dealing with. There's times, like I said, when you roll down the window and you've got surf cop. Yeah, what's up, man? Say, you know what you were doing back there? And that's fine. And then it can be a little more laid back. Sometimes you get Captain America who's having a bad day and he doesn't want to hear any of your sass. And when that's the case, you shut up, keep your hands on the wheel, and that's the Scotty Scheffler thing.
And by most accounts, it seems like that's the type of cop that we got in this spot. And
yes, you got Officer Gilly there who wanted none of your sass.
People were saying that a lot of the cops who were on the golf assignment were on a group text and they're like, holy S, Gilly locked up Scotty Scheffler? What are we doing?
So just that's my 2 cents. When dealing with an officer of the law, the first thing you should do, first off, don't do anything dumb, okay? Keep a cool head. And second, just really take a second and realize who you're dealing with. Within the first 10 seconds of that interaction, the cop is going to at least let you know kind of where the baseline is.
I'm getting through or I'm not. And he was a you're not getting through guy.
And maybe don't start off with the most combative thing in the world. I've never understood that one either. The person that just comes right out, just guns ablazing, not literally, but the person that comes out and is like, you're an a-hole, I hate all cops. And then they're surprised when the cop's pissed at him. Like, it's just... This whole thing was ridiculous. But I do not believe that Scheffler was without blame here.
I would imagine there would probably be some blame on both sides.
I wish there was body camera footage.
That's what everyone's saying. Now there's witnesses saying that the cop was not latched onto the car, but was running alongside it, banging on the window, and just tripped and ripped his pants.
Yes.
But he's claimed a knee injury and a wrist injury and some other things. But we'll get more details on this, I am sure. It sounds like it's finally all being swept under the rug. We need to sweep it under the rug now, though, because our esteemed producer today, Will Ortner, has Stock Watch, and that is coming up next, right here on The Fan.
when your ship comes in and you've got the stock market beat. But the man worthwhile is the man who can smile when his shorts are too tight in the seat.
Primetime Stock Watch is brought to you by 1-800-DIVORCE. When you need to take stock of your rights, 1-800-DIVORCE is on your side. Call 1-800-DIVORCE today.
It is that time of the week. It is that time of the program. It is time for Stock Watch. We'll toss the rock over to one Will Ortner.
Sander with victory at Valhalla.
That's the final call from Jim Nantz there with CBS Sports. Xander Schauffele winning the PGA Championship at Valhalla. This is the lowest score to par major ever, and it's not close. I believe the number is minus 230. The next closest would be like plus 40 over par in a major. Buy or sell. Lower scores by everyone is good for golf.
Ooh, I will start by selling that. I don't like. How do I put this?
Do you like the U.S. Open or do you like the PGA Championship?
So, and I guess the answer is somewhere in between. I don't like the situations where it's like, oh, the golf course is bringing the golfers to their knees. Like, if you see everyone shooting over par, you have a problem and the greenskeepers are trying too hard. But I also don't think when you have a course where, and Isaac described this course as a bomb and gouge, where you could just hit the ball a mile and then play your way out of it. And that's what seemed like was working for a lot of people, and you did have big hitters at the top of the leaderboard. So, no, I don't love the 21 under to par winner for everyone and for the game, but I also don't think that 1 or 2 under is great either. So I guess that I will sell that the overall shifting scores is good for the game. I like a combo.
I sell it because my favorite part about golf is the variety of it. Like I am not Dirt and Rob are. They watch the Sony Open, they watch the Genesis. I am not. I love playing golf. I certainly love watching major championship golf, and occasionally, if it's an interesting tournament, I don't mind tuning into it. But one of my favorite things about golf, and I think baseball is this way too, I love that the track is different. Outside of Augusta, right? They're all different. Mm-hmm. And I love that. I love going to a Major League Stadium and not having every center field be 405. Right. I love when you have quirks. I think that is a very interesting aspect, and one of my favorite parts about major championship golf is the course. Mm-hmm. I love when the course is a story, and so I love tuning in some weeks where, again, you got Valhalla, where I guess you can just swing from your shoes and don't worry about getting in trouble and being able to recover. And I love other weeks where it's like, hey, if you aren't in the fairway, good luck. Kiss my ass. Or the greens at Augusta, even though that course doesn't change.
Well, I end up liking the Open Championship a lot for the reason that there are a couple things that could play in. It's like if you're playing a links-style course that's super tight, like you better keep the ball on the fairway, but also weather comes in and is an issue.
Tennis is this way, too. I love that about tennis championships, that you have very different services, and you can have specialized players and people that are all around. So, no, I sell. I do not need low scores every single week in order to enjoy championship golf. I love the variety of it, and I love when the course, whether it's for this being opening yourself up for 21 under, or when you have a course that says, hey man, 3 over or even par is going to win this thing. I love both of those, variety being the spice of life.
What a win for the Wolves, down by 20. It did not look like this was going to happen. This did not look like it was possible, down 20 early in the third quarter. The Wolves win Game 6, they win Game 7, and to the huge throng of Timberwolves fans behind their bench, Karl Anthony Towns just staring at the crowd, enjoying the support. What a win for the Wolves on the road in Game 7. Unbelievable.
That is the Timberwolves radio call there from KFAN. Buy or sell. The Minnesota Timberwolves will win the Western Conference Final and the NBA title this season.
Nay. I do think that when Porzingis eventually comes back, I think Boston's the best team, unfortunately, in the NBA. I think they're going to waltz through Indiana. I don't think Indiana provides much of a test. And Boston's going to be fresh. They're not going to be exhausted. They haven't played these knockdown, drag-out series. And I just think they're a little more a little more complete. And Minnesota, as good as they are, again, that idea of maybe taking lumps, I think Minnesota can give them a challenge, but unfortunately, I hate to see it, but I think Boston is the best team in the NBA.
Yeah, I'll sell it for a couple of reasons. For one, I don't know how long Minnesota can keep this up. I think that what they've done to this point is incredible, but that series has got to take a lot out of you. I guess what I'm saying is I'm not sure that they'll make it past the Mavericks, because the Mavericks have been playing great ball. And then on top of that, I think you're right. I think that the Celtics are very easily the class of the East. I think they're well rested. I think they've got a lot of playoff experience and NBA Finals experience on that roster. Do I think that the Wolves could beat them? Sure. Am I buying that they will? No, not yet.
To Jokic. Shot clock is at 5. Towns in the way. It's a 3.
That's from TNT Sports. That's Jokic hitting a 3 late in the fourth quarter. Buy or sell. Nuggets eliminated from the playoffs. They will win another title in the Jokic-Murray era.
Yeah, I'll go with that. I don't think they're going anywhere. I still think they have the best player in the NBA. But, they got some, like, the salary cap and the way teams are constructed, it's tough. And they've got some decisions to make about Gordon and KCP. But, dude, they were half a quarter away from probably playing for another NBA title.
Yeah.
So as long as you have Murray and as long as you have Jokic, and I think this year, I think it just goes to show you how hard it is to go back-to-back. Every man on that team talked about how tired they were at the end of the year. And because of some injuries, they had to kind of wear it. Like, Jokic just was gassed at the end of that game. I think Denver may have another run in him. Betting man, I mean, odds are probably saying no, but I'll throw one up there. I think they can get another one because they're still in their prime and you add another key, veteran piece or two to that team, and you'll be able to do that in the offseason. Denver ain't going anywhere.
I think you're right. I think that I will buy that they'll win another championship with this Jokic-Murray core. I like that the way that they're constructed. I think they've built a culture there that other players want to be a part of. And, I'm not saying that we're at a time where everyone takes discounts, but guys want rings now. And whether that's restructuring people who were there or finding a couple players on the fringes that could help you get back to that place. I think the biggest thing is Jokic and that he can maintain this level. He's a huge dude. People have kind of bandied about how his interest level and whether his heart's in it. I'm not willing to go that far. He just won the MVP again. He's clearly putting in all the work. I guess if he were to just decide randomly out of the blue, I'm done here, I'm going to go breed and race my horses, then different story. But I think as long as he and Murray are there and they still have that coach and they still have that front office, I don't see a reason why they couldn't. And I think we'll win another one. That does it for our Stock Watch today. Nicely done by Will Ortner. Stock Watch is brought to you every week by Goldberg Jones, PDX Divorce Attorneys for Men. Free consultation at 1-800-DIVORCE. In the News is coming up next on The Fan, but first, Ortner has SportsCenter. May 20th, and it is time for In the News. I am your stand-in newsman, Ryan Buckley. Our regular newsman will be back, we believe, sometime later this week, but for now, it'll be myself and Sook holding it down.
I'm in a holding pattern right now. Rob's circling.
Holding pattern's about right. And just as a little tease for later, holding pattern is what an entire plane full of people were stuck in when a failure to comply with the exit row rules cropped up over the weekend.
This goes into my whole with the police thing. Yeah. Is it that hard to just not get arrested? Like, understand that you're...
For some people it is. That's the amazing part.
Again, I've had lots of situations where I disagree with what's about to happen, but you know what doesn't make it better? Getting arrested.
Insisting that it doesn't happen?
I will never understand that. You're going to jail. No, I'm not. Let me just say, in the history of law enforcement, that's never worked. Never has it been like, well, you're not taking me to jail. That's just a guarantee that, yes, you are going to jail in a very uncomfortable position.
Just means that excuse is due. What are you talking about? Eventually, it'll work.
It just blows my mind. I bet if I pull real hard against your, your handcuffs, that should work. You're just be like, you know what? You're right. This is getting a bit annoying, arresting you. Let's just go ahead and say no countsies, and you go about your merry way. Good one.
It is National Quiche Lorraine Day. Are you a quiche guy?
What is a quiche Lorraine? Well, I've had a quiche.
It's a specific it's a variety of quiche. It is, I looked this up. It's usually bacon, heavy cream, and a white cheese like a Gruyere or a white cheddar in there with the egg.
You had me at bacon and heavy cream.
There you go.
I got nothing against a quiche, and I will say that I don't eat a lot of quiche, but presented, like I would say I eat more breakfast quiche
for sure
than anything else.
Mm-hmm. There are non-breakfast quiches?
Yeah.
There are more just savory quiches, although I think all quiche has egg in it. I think. Not that you can't have a savory non-breakfast egg dish. You certainly can. I think they all have egg in them. We can look into that. It is also National Streaming Day. Boy, there is so much streaming stuff going on with the bundling and the, I feel like we're just chasing our tails in this war of cord cutting versus a la carte versus... I'm tired of it.
Yeah, it's... I can't...
There's not a lot to add there. We've been down this road a handful of times recently.
I have recently been informed. I was... But they told me not to talk about it. But I mean, everyone knows out there. Let's just say that there are potentially ways where you pay a one-time fee, somewhat expensive. Let's pay a couple $100, and then, in theory, you have access to everything forever until what you paid for somehow gets shut down. I was recently pointed in said direction, and I would never do it because I believe it's highly illegal, but let's say it's very intriguing to me. Like, if I told you could pay like $350 and everything, every streaming service, every channel, every pay-per-view, every sporting event was then at your fingertips, free, outside of that one-time fee, is that not intriguing?
It is intriguing. It makes things much easier. Although, as someone who has...
yeah, your family.
Yeah, as someone who's been on the other side of some of these legal regulations and been caught with their pants down, I don't know that the Buckley family is going to dabble over in that realm again.
My old man had a legal cable box back in the day.
I remember those. I had a buddy with one of those.
It was amazing. And you'd be watching something, and across the bottom of the screen, like a little bar would come across telling you that this was an illegal broadcast and that you're being monitored and you're breaking all these laws. And I remember 10-year-old me being like, Dad, they're coming for my dad. Be like, whatever. He's like a scofflaw. He's like, hey, just bring it on.
Well, the same
and
thing.
That was always a scary thing for me as a kid. When your TV tells you that what you're doing is illegal, I'm like, I didn't have anything to do with this.
Didn't you just go on a whole rant about how you're supposed to listen to the authorities, and now you're telling us that you didn't when you were 10?
It wasn't me. It was my dad. My dad loved getting illegal, shady deals. If my dad was gonna buy a car, he'd be like, I don't know, and they'd be like, I think it's stolen. He'd be like, all right, let's do this.
It's a Kia.
He loved the idea of getting one over.
Adds a layer to the intrigue.
Yes. So he him and his buddies would this was back obviously in the day, they would have parties where they would illegally bootleg. He's dead now, so good luck catching him. Statute of limitations. They would have bootleg parties where like his buddies would come over and they would bootleg old computer games and like DVDs and like pirate software. It was a whole thing. They would eat Chinese food and pirate like Commodore 64 games. That was like my dad had a taste for like the pirate criminal life.
Two things on that. One, you mentioned the message you got on the scroll. When we were illegally downloading on Napster and got caught, we got a letter from the RIAA that was like essentially a cease and desist. We know you have these files.
Yeah.
And they listed like 8 songs that my brother and I had definitely illegally downloaded. And my dad looks at us, he goes, "It's just a scare tactic."
And they got you.
And it was not a scare tactic.
No.
They sued our asses.
I just when maybe this idea was thrown out to me that there is a way around all these streaming services, I was like, there's part of me, it's like, my dad's like, go for it. It's like, do it. Do it. Then, of course, as soon as you plunk down that money, you're going to get it. It's going to work for like a week, and then it's going to stop working, and then you're out, whatever, $350.
Well, I have some tragic hiking news. You should be careful if you head up to the Columbia River Gorge.
This is why I don't hike.
Authorities say that, and I mean, it could fall into your fears and what they include, but no, this woman, a hiker, ventured off the trail and accidentally fell to her death on Sunday afternoon when she slipped off a cliff.
Was it an accident, or did she have a disgruntled spouse?
They are saying it is an accident.
That's what they always say.
But I know that you are big on if you are worried about your spouse's feelings towards you, don't go on a hike or a cruise.
If you are in a relationship and you feel like it's not going great and that person's like, hey, let's go hiking, just say no. Or if that person's posting a lot about you. Like if they won't shut up about you on Instagram, realize
being
that you're
too nice.
Yeah, you're about to get shoved off a cliff. That is tragic.
Yeah, the public information officer basically said that these are difficult trails. They're not just walking paths. If you don't know what you're doing, you shouldn't be venturing off. It's also the second hiking death at the gorge this year. So not great.
I'm up for a hike as long as I can
come back from it.
Well, I need a casual. Like if we're walking up a slight incline and then, I walk for an hour or two and then there's a lake or something and I could drink some beers, but
that's my jam.
If you want some sort of technical thing where I need sticks and poles and special shoes and I'm climbing over boulders, no, I'm good.
You ever dated hiker girlfriend?
Look at me. Does it look like I've ever dated hiker girlfriend?
Look at me and look at me in the past, I have done it.
Here, hiker girlfriend tends to sometimes be fit chick, and I think you guys are both into fit chicks. So, I bet you guys have hiked.
She's sneaky, and she sucks. I would run on Thanksgiving, do the turkey trot 5K over hiker girl.
Well, here's the thing. I'm not doing either one, and this happens quite a bit where my gal will be like, hey, me and my friends are going out to blah, blah, blah rock. Do you want to come? And my response is always the same. No, that sounds terrible. To where now I don't get invited and it's best for everybody. You go do that. I'll stay here and do something fun. And then we'll come back together at night in the mood for love. And it's way better that way. But yes, super hiking girl, if you're not super hiking guy, that relationship isn't lasting. It's like dating horse girl. Same thing.
I'd rather date horse girl.
Well, Oregon has joined the ranks of 22 other states where you now need to earn at least $100,000 median income to be able to afford to buy a home. So this is the first time for Oregon that's been the case. When they did this study 4 years ago, you needed a median income of either if you're single or your combined income to be $88,000 a year to be able to do that. That number has now gone up to $129,000 in Portland.
Yeah. Although, and believe me, that sucks. And my kids, I feel bad for them. My kids talk about owning a home like I talk about sleeping with Halle Berry. Neither one of those things is ever going to happen. And it's sad for them to hear that. But I would like to say, just in a slight, because the young people, they love to yell about the olds and oh, it was easy when you were blah, blah, blah. And granted, it was way easier to buy a home, but you realize you don't have to live in Portland. You realize you don't have to live in Los Angeles. You don't have to live in San Diego. There's this wonderful part of the country called, everything but the coast, and it's quite affordable. I don't know if you've seen the house prices in Omaha right now, But if you want to own a home, you might want to consider Nebraska, Iowa, places like that.
The lowest? Ohio, $64,000 you need to own a home.
See, like I got a buddy of mine who's in Arkansas, and like, dude, that guy, his house is absurd, and it cost him like $275,000. You know, granted, you have to live in Arkansas, but you know, there is one of those things where you don't like. I think San Francisco seems lovely at certain points. You know where I can't live? San Francisco.
Well, you're speaking my language. Granted, when my wife and I moved up here, we've now been in our house for over 5 years. That number that they talked about, what it used to be, that's right where we were with our combined income. And so we were able to do that. But we met in San Francisco. We both really liked the city of San Francisco at the time. I think we would have stayed in the area, but we looked at each other and we're like, we could never possibly afford to live in this area. So we tried to go further north where it was going to be a little bit more affordable. And it was.
I'd love to live in Key West right now, but
Ooh.
I don't know if you've seen the prices of Key West. A little bit out of Radio Funny Man and Podcast Tough Guy's price range. So can't live there.
Got to turn the page on In the News. Coming up, though, we'll get a little bit zoological on you. A rare fish sighting at the coast and canine member, I guess we would say, inducted into law enforcement. That's coming up next on In the News on 1080 The Fan.
The Fan Merch Locker
stories for you in the News, Monday's edition. I know how much you like the animals, Sook, and we had one animal sighting, one animal induction. Did you hear about the rare fish species seen near Cannon Beach?
I did. That thing is weird as S, by the way.
Is it ever? So if you're not familiar with this, the beachgoers in Cannon Beach saw a fish wash up to shore that has not been identified on the coast in the state's history. It's an anglerfish.
Yeah.
And it
looks fake.
It does. It looks like it's something out of like Finding Nemo or something like that, but it's if you can picture it, it's one of these, it's kind of roundish, it's got mean looking teeth, and I believe that they have like a light that hangs over the top of it.
It's got a weird antenna thing that I guess in deep water it glows, and then the fish goes swim over to it and is like, hey, what's that? And then it rips your face off. And it's all this one's all black with like, and I don't know if that's just because it's dead, but it's like black with like weird like rotting white spots on it.
So it had to have been sick.
And little piranha teeth. I mean, it looks terrifying.
Well, and it says that these fish typically dwell between 2,000 and 3,300 feet. So they operate in total darkness.
Yeah, that's what you see down there. Like whenever you see like those deep sea probes, there's always one of like some eerie light, and then you walk, some little unsuspecting fish goes over to it, and then it kills you.
But there have only been 31 of them ever recorded around the world on the shore, and one of them now here in the state of Oregon.
I hope when someone found that they did the appropriate thing. You can poke it with a stick.
That's exactly right.
Anytime you're on the coast and you see something on the beach, gotta have a good poking stick. It's the first thing I do when I go to the beach, get myself a poking stick. I never know what I'm gonna need to poke when I'm out there, especially that thing. It just looks, ugh.
This thing is terrifying. It's nightmare fuel.
How sharp are those little things?
I bet. I have this theory that the deeper down in the ocean you go, the gnarlier stuff gets. Like the more violent and horrific. Now, granted, you can find that like Greenland shark who's been floating around for like 400 years and he's totally harmless. But I don't know. I don't want to mess with one of these anglerfish. Not at all.
No, well, that's kind of cool though. That one. I mean, I guess it's not cool.
I think it'd be cool to come across it. Yeah. Why not? And then finally, our last story for In the News, there's a new personnel member at the Multnomah County Sheriff's Office. Have you heard about him?
No. What do we got?
This is Burton, and he is a comfort dog. He is a long-haired German Shepherd, 3 years old, who has joined the Multnomah County Sheriff's Office, to be their comfort dog.
Who's he comforting?
Well, I'm glad you asked. The quote from the executive director of the Working Dogs Oregon said, he's going to make a difference of how they're going to utilize him. It's going to be spectacular to see. So incredibly ambiguous as to what Burton is actually going to do.
That's a good-looking dog.
It is. It says that he and his handler, Deputy Carrie Oman, will respond to calls to relieve stress and anxiety for families, community members, and first responders, attend community events, and support the law enforcement agency. So, I mean...
So he's bringing comfort to...
Kind of sounds like he's a mascot.
Yeah, well, so... I mean,
like you show up and
my mom worked in hospitals for 2 decades, and she worked in oncology for about 10 of those years. And so, they have different comfort and therapy dogs that they bring in to certain units for people who need their spirits lifted. I haven't heard of too many legal circumstances in which you're like, I'm just having a rough time. Can you bring Burton over for a cuddle and a pet and a boop? Like,
I think that's kind of cool because, like,
I'm into it.
I work out in Clackamas, so like, if I have a rough day, like working out,
call up Burton.
Can Burton come over and like give me some I can give him who's a good boy.
So I don't know how that works. Because I don't think everybody can just call up Burton for a pet. And additionally, it doesn't sound like he's doing typical canine drug busting stuff. So he sounds like he's got a cush gig, is what I think.
Yeah, like I said, he's a good looking dog. Wouldn't that be something though if like Burton like bites someone's face off now? Like he's like the comfort dog, and then someone's like having something traumatic, and they bring him out there, and he goes all postal. Like rips someone's like eye out. You're like, oh my god, that's not what this is for.
What was that thing that was coming up recently about? Wasn't it Biden's dog was being accused of biting all these security people or something like that?
Biden's dog is a German Shepherd.
He's bit like 22 people or something like that.
I think.
Major, yeah. Biden's dog isn't like.
I was going to call him Colonel, but yeah, I think it's Major.
He's not allowed, Lieutenant. He's not allowed in the White House anymore.
Is that right? I didn't know that.
They kicked him out.
They kicked him out because he kept biting everyone, and so now he's like back in Delaware.
Now, can Biden veto that, or does he just have to roll with it?
No, he has to roll with it. And like I guess like even back home, he keeps biting like Secret Service people.
Most people get their dogs put down for doing that.
Well, he's the president.
I know. I'm just saying, not the same consequences applying, but
No, I guess that dog just like bites everybody. I don't know how bad the bites are, but like he's a full-on biter.
Also, it's an election year. He can't put his dog down, even if that's normally what you would do.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that gets taken immediately.
I think Nixon famously, when he won the election, he was down in the polls and he did like a PSA or did like a last ditch ad where he held a puppy that someone gave to him, and he's like, and someone gave me this dog and I'm gonna love this dog, and he like shot up through the polls.
Well, there's I don't know if you've seen recently, but there's someone who could be the vice president of the United States that's under a little bit of heat because she shot a dog.
Aaron Rodgers?
No, just look, we're not trying to get political, but look it up. She wrote about it in a book, and it's getting some heat. Apparently, the dog bit someone when the dog was a puppy, so she took it out back and shot it. He's like, whoa. Like, that's a bold move in your memoir to just be like, hey, by the way, I'm blowing away puppies. They did like old frontier-style justice. It wasn't like they didn't take it to the vet or anything. They just shot the thing, old Yeller style.
Dang.
Yeah.
And then finally, RIP to an icon, I guess you would say the patriarch of the Nordstrom family, Bruce Nordstrom, passed away at the age of 90. He was largely responsible for expanding Nordstrom, not just from the Pacific Northwest, but across the country.
Oh, all right. Well, I can't afford to shop at Nordstrom, but I do shop at the Nordstrom Rack from time to time.
So does the Buckley family.
Yeah.
Decent stuff there.
Yeah, the Nordstrom Rack is more of my speed. I walk into Nordstrom and there's a lot of like, can't afford you, can't afford you, can't afford you. Discount rack, though, 80% off. Let's talk about it. Slightly irregular button up. Let's do this.
Opened as a Swedish shoe store in 1901, Nordstrom's did.
No, I had no idea.
How about that?
I knew nothing about the Nordstrom story.
The one thing I knew about that is that they're notorious for making good on returns, and that they would take things back if there wasn't a tag on it, if there was maybe a stain on it. Like their customer service was super understanding in that realm.
Yeah,
and it went back to you've heard the old like the urban legend story about the tires that basically somebody brought back to a Nordstrom location that used to be a tire depot, said, I bought these tires here. And they're like, well, we didn't sell you those tires. Like, yeah, but you said that if anything bought here, you would take back. They're like, fine, take the tires back.
Take the tires back. My old man, the late great Bob Brown, he had two different size feet because he had about a polio when he was young. He had like a club foot. So one was like a 11 and the other one was like an 8.5. It was a huge difference. And he would only buy shoes at Nordstrom because they would only make him buy one pair.
Look at that.
Yeah, he would go to Nordstrom and they would, most places you had to buy two pairs, the same shoe, and they didn't. They would let him mix and match. And my dad, to the day he died, thought Nordstrom was great. And it makes sense, the sweetest thing, because Nordstrom, every Scandinavian, Lidstrom, Nordstrom, Holdstrom, all that. I never put that together, and that's stupid because my family's surname is Holmstrom. So how stupid am I?
Well, that is your news for Monday, May 20th. Coming up next, we've got the Hot 5 at 5. We'll also get to a little bit more NBA leftovers, and we've got some exciting stuff coming up in the club. That's all ahead on Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
Looking to get help with your ED?
Side of the glass. Rop out for a couple days with the Olds in Kansas, but we're going to hold it down for you here. Coming up later this hour, need to talk a little bit about the NBA's all-rookie teams and the lack of Blazers on it, what we think that means for the future and where the Blazers are in their current rebuild. Additionally, I have a whole bunch of random tidbits, and we might just need to spin the wheel here and let you do a couple dealer's choice. I have everything from getting baseball cards for getting hit in the face with a foul ball to Butker versus Pearl Jam to a rich dude's bad sports weekend.
By the way, that seems like a terrible trade-off. Baseball cards for getting hit in the face with a ball?
We can explain that as we get later into the show. That might be a road we go down. We can also tuck it away for Tuesday as well.
I'm intrigued by that. I'm going to need to know how fast that ball's going and
I will tell you
what sort of cards I'm getting.
110 miles an hour off the bat.
Well, I'll tell you
Left
what,
to mark.
there better be like a Mickey Mantle rookie card. Although cards are making like a big comeback, right?
Yeah, the real life NFTs, baby.
My my gal's brothers who live over in Japan, I guess getting cards over there is like super, like you can't get them.
Huh.
So at my house right now, because we only see her family like once a year,
right?
Once every 18 months. So right now in my garage, I have a stockpile.
You're just accumulating?
I'm just accumulating. Like he just like they order cards and they send them to our house. And then they just sit in our garage. And then when we meet them, like we hand over all these cards and then they're like, it's a big deal to like open them. And it's like, every time I'm in my garage, I'm like, God, why do I have so many? And then it's like,
and what kind of gold mine are you potentially sitting on there?
I know. What happens if I just I'm like, I don't know what happened to those cards.
Oh, I just found this really rare one in this pack. I don't know. I guess I'll have to see what it's worth.
Yeah, if someone's looking to buy some discount cards, let me talk to the Secanic garage manager. I might be able to hook you up.
We also, I don't know if you saw this, there was a fight in an All-Star game over the weekend between participants. That kind of got buried.
Fight in an All-Star game?
That's right. I can get to those details as well.
Kevin Gogan, who was an offensive lineman.
Yes, I know this story.
So, if you don't know, look up Kevin Gogan. He's a terrifying individual. He's just this mammoth human being.
And was known for being one of the dirtiest linemen in the NFL.
I think he made the cover of Sports Illustrated once, and it
fake
was
biting someone's leg.
Yes.
Yeah,
and he played for the Cowboys, Dolphins, Niners.
Yep.
He was a good old lineman. He wasn't like super elite, but he was a good old lineman. Made some Pro Bowls, I think. And Kevin Gogan's claim to fame is he got kicked out of the Pro Bowl.
Yeah.
He says he's the only player that ever got kicked out of the Pro Bowl because he kicked Neil Smith in the nuts.
The referee who called it was interviewed about it because they're like, the Pro Bowl, really? And he goes, I had to do it. It was the most vicious nut kicking I've ever seen in my career.
You want to talk about an all-star game going sideways? Kevin Gogan kicked another player in the gonads in the freaking Pro Bowl. You want to talk about having like the inability to turn the switch off? I give you that.
That one,
the Pro Bowl.
And the one that also stands up to time is the Pete Rose Ray Fosse. Pete Rose bowling over Ray Fosse in the MLB All-Star game, and that jacked up Fosse's shoulder. I think he missed a year plus, and his career was. I don't think he was ever an All-Star after that.
It's the freaking All-Star.
Yeah,
game.
there's nothing at stake. So we had one of those incidents over the weekend that I think kind of got buried with the golf and the basketball and all that. We may get to some of that, but right now we have to get to our Hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions.
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
And hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Online at victorricos.com. Number 5.
Well, we will not have a Triple Crown winner this year as Mystic Dan just falls short, finishes second in the Preakness Stakes to Seize the Gray, who wins at Pimlico. Did you put any shekels down on this one?
No. I to be honest with you, I forgot that it was happening. Horse racing, like it just, unless you have won the first two legs and you're going for the Triple Crown, I don't know. Horse racing for me, it's lost my interest.
And it feels like that's why the Preakness is kind of the bastard anyways, because it's like if you don't, people will pay attention to the third if someone's run the first two. People watch the first one because it's the Derby. The second one, it's like, there are only 9 horses that were entered. The favorite Muth was scratched. So It ended up going to being an 8-horse race, and Seize the Gray ends up winning it over Mystic Dan and who was the third place finisher? Catching Freedom was the third place finisher. I liked Uncle Heavy based on the name. He didn't do
Yes,
so well.
good old Uncle Heavy. I want to go to the Kentucky Derby someday, but other than that, horse racing, give me the old Greyhound races back at Multnomah Kennel Club.
How about a little bit of, updates from the Diamond, we'll call it, as it includes both softball and baseball. Oregon softball out. They get knocked out of the Oklahoma Regional where they lost to the number 2 Oklahoma Sooners. That's just an absolute wagon that they got beat by there.
Yeah.
And then in college baseball, the Pac-12 tournament starts this week over the weekend. A really interesting game at the top of the conference between Oregon State and Arizona. Arizona comes from behind late to win and take the 1 seed in the tournament. Oregon State's the 2 seed. Oregon, now the 3 seed in the Pac-12 tournament. Both of those teams will play their first game on Wednesday.
Yeah, the Beavs in Arizona had a winner-take-all game down in Arizona
for the regular season
regular season championship. Oregon State right now, they have penciled in as the number 10 seed in the regionals. They're saying with a good performance in the Pac-12 tournament, they think Oregon State, I was reading today, they think they can get one of the top 8.
That would be massive because then you get to host the regionals and the supers, which is very important.
So that should be the goal. Have nice performance here. So you don't probably have to win the Pac-12 tournament, but getting to the final should probably get you that home field in the regionals.
The best 2 words in all of hockey are what, Suk?
Game 7.
And that's what we've got tonight between the Oilers and Canucks north of the border. I know your kiddos were at the Game 5 that ended in dramatic fashion.
We are big Canucks fans. That's what I grew up taking my kids to. So I go Wings in the East, Canucks in the West. Although, bad news, Brock Besser, the leading goal scorer for the Canucks, out for Game 7. And probably the rest of the playoffs, he's got blood clotting issues. So already down there starting goaltender. It's been out basically the entire playoff run. They're doing this with their 3rd string goalie, but losing Besser,
that's a huge blow for them this late in the in the series.
This is tough, but go Canucks.
Puck drops for that one at 6 o'clock. The Oilers, due to the Besser news, are slight favorites in that one. Number 2. Out at Valhalla, Xander Schauffele wins his first career major championship. He set a major record with a 62 in the first round of the tournament. Also sets a major record with going 21 under on the tournament. A worthy champion.
Yeah, I would say 21 under. I feel bad for the doucher. My man goes out and shoots 20 under.
Look at you sympathizing with the doucher.
Dude shoots 20 under. And gets nicked with a birdie on 18.
Yeah.
And by the way, that putt, that thing did a little whoopsie around there. That was no gimme. That was about from 6 feet out. And when he hit that, you're like, is that? And
a little wobble, little shake.
Ended up rolling in, and it's always good to see. Now he doesn't have to listen to the whole best and never have won a major. Good for him.
And Scotty Scheffler with a great weekend, save for a round 3 that he went 4 over par. He does not have to be in court tomorrow morning.
Did you see Homa's tweet, by the way?
Yeah. Was that the one where he said, I literally lost to a dude who spent the morning in jail?
Yeah, he goes, it's a bad look for me.
I'm not going to lie. It's a bad look for me.
Dude, Homa is the best. He's my favorite. I love that. He's just a bro.
Well, we were talking about it earlier with NBA stars and some of the ones who've come up as being at least authentic and somewhat relatable with the way they handle themselves. Homa is one of those dudes for the tour, 100%.
I love me some Max Homa.
And then finally, in the NBA, we have our conference final set. A pair of Game 7s yesterday saw the Pacers take out the Knicks on a historic shooting percentage, and then saw the Timberwolves come from behind a 20-point deficit to beat the Nuggets. So in the Western Conference, we will get the Mavericks, and we will get the T-Wolves. In the East, we will get the Pacers against the Celtics. The Celtics, the heavy favorite to be the winner of those Final Four.
Well, Indiana, no offense to Indiana. The only reason they beat New York is New York was a mash unit, didn't have anyone left to play.
Totally.
Although they were winning that game before Brunson broke his hand. But
true.
I mean, New York just ran out of steam, didn't have enough healthy bodies. Boston's an entire different animal. And at some point, they think this series, they're going to get Porzingis back. Look, I hope someone can knock him off, but it sure feels like this is... Boston has had just an absolute rose petal path laid forth. And I just feel like this is... If Boston doesn't win this one... all the whispers about Boston being soft and not being able to, I mean, this is
going to have to listen to them.
This is designed for Boston to win this thing.
It all sets up for them, doesn't it? That is your Hot 5 at 5. It's brought to you each day by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, home of the best burrito spot in Oregon. You can, of course, visit them online at victorricos.com. Coming up, we will bring it back to the NBA, but not the playoffs. We're talking all rookie teams and the absence of Blazers on it. That's coming up next on 1080 The Fan.
It's back, and it's sure
Need to dive back into the NBA as we got the NBA all-rookie team lists today. That means there are two teams, a first team and a second team, including 10 players total that were the best rookies over the last NBA season.
Yeah.
Does not include Any Portland Blazers?
No.
The Blazers, of course, had the number 3 overall pick.
I'm going to go to that lake.
Scoot Henderson taken with that pick, and he is nowhere near this list. To give you the...
Although one person voted Scoot first team. Does Danny have a vote? Do we know?
Let's see. I wonder if you
Meringue
can see
have a
who
vote?
did it.
I don't know if it's.
It might not
anonymous,
be disclosed, but
Scoot got one. Scoot got one first place vote,
mm-hmm.
which is
31 second place votes. So he was the third player left, like he was the third favorite left off behind Trace Jackson Davis of Golden State and Oscar Thompson of Detroit. But the bigger issue, obviously, the Blazers drafting third, and it was a rough season for the team, certainly up and down season for Scoot. But you look at the other names on the list, and granted, you have someone like Chet Holmgren who didn't play last year because he had a broken foot. But the list consists of Chet Holmgren, Victor Wembanyama, who was a unanimous selection, Brandon Miller out of Charlotte, Jaime Jaquez in Miami, and Brandon Podziemski in Golden State. And then your second team, Derek Lively in Dallas, who Ortner mentioned earlier, Amen Thompson in Houston, Keontae George in Utah, Kaysen Wallace in Oklahoma City, and Gigi Jackson II in Memphis. So you look at the top of that list, the first 5, and that's a tough 5 to crack, but having the third overall pick, you might have thought that yours would end up in the top 10.
Well, look, I'm not trying to pile on Scoot. I think he had an uneven rookie year. But I also don't love that we're doing the mental gymnastics now about how, we knew all along he was a project player and his ceiling isn't that high. Stop that. You told us, and by the way, media, organizationally, you sat here and told us this was a generational player. This was the player that you wanted, that you were moving on from Damian Lillard before. I listened to Joe Cronin stand up there and say that there's some guys that just hit the ground running and don't have the rookie bumps. And now we're hearing that, it's not a big deal that you don't make the all-rookie team. And, he was a project player all along, and he's a distributor, and it's just like he's not this like.
It's not what you said 82 games ago.
It's not what you said. It's just not. So we're now changing the way we view him, and I do think it's somewhat problematic. And look, there's plenty of guys that went on to be good players that didn't make all rookie teams. Like Julius Randle didn't, Sabas didn't, OG. Like it happens. But in this league, when you're a top 5 player and you don't make the all-rookie team, that's not a good sign. And you now have the 2 guys that you're saying are kind of the building blocks of your future in Shaedon Sharpe and Scoot Henderson. Neither one of them made second team all-rookie.
Mm-hmm.
Not first, even second. I do think that's somewhat problematic, that when we sit here and we talk about the Blazers' future, and it's Sharpe and Scoot. From a track record, if you just go back to from the history of the NBA and that's not a great track record. It's just not. So to me, I've said all along, it doesn't matter what else you do until you find the guy. You look at these 4 teams that are sitting around here right now. In Minnesota, they've got a guy.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, they have a couple guys, but they have the guy. Dallas has the guy. You look in the East, Boston has 2 of them, but they have the guy. Even Indiana with Halliburton has the guy. And then, they got Siakam too, who would fit into that role of a guy that didn't make the all-rookie team that grew into an all-star, but they have the guy.
And they've accumulated some nice younger pieces too, with it, whether it's Neesmith or Nembhard.
And by the way, Indiana isn't winning a title anytime soon. This is a product of the East being beat up and Indiana being here. But until you find that guy, nothing else matters. And maybe Scoot becomes that guy, maybe Sharpe becomes that guy. But I just roll my eyes at the mental gymnastics, how we constantly kick the can down the road, and we're like, they're young and they need to develop. Brandon Miller's not a finished product, but Brandon Miller's there. None of these guys are finished products, but I do think it says something, and it's somewhat problematic that the 2 guys that you're hitching your wagon to, because Sharpe was 8th, I think. I think he was picked 8th overall, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
8th, 9th, and then Scoot was 3. That's not a great track record.
He was 7th. Shaedon was 7th overall.
7th.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
7th. And of those players that went on to make all-star teams, the Julius Randles, the Goberts, the Sabases, they weren't drafted in the top 8.
And
normally when you are a lottery pick and you don't make one of the all-rookie teams, it doesn't bode well for your future as far as being a star. And I'm not saying Sharp and Scoot can't be productive players, but as far as being the guy,
they were both drafted top 10 of their class, and neither one of them were voted top 10 of their class after their first season. So that's the reality of it. And so I guess then the question, I think, moving forward is, what are your benchmarks for progress then? Because it's not wins, and clearly wins didn't matter here because you've got guys like Brandon Miller and Victor Wembanyama on the first team, and their team weren't winning games, and so that's not important. It's flashing the things that are clearly making you a building block and a cornerstone for your franchise. Do Scoot and Shaden have some of those things? They might, but they're not showing it at the degree and the level that these other 20 players have over the last 2 seasons.
And then we hear constantly too that, well, they're both really young. Welcome to the NBA. Like what finished products are being drafted? The entire lottery is made up of 18-year-old kids.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the other one that drives me nuts too, is when we're constantly told, well, they haven't played a lot of ball. Well, my God, no one has. The entire draft every year is made up of 18, 19-year-old kids. Some of them don't even start in college.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, Chet didn't start right at Gonzaga. Wasn't Chet? I think Chet was, or maybe that might have been Zach Collins. I think that was Collins.
That was
Chet
Collins. Started.
Chet started. Yeah, Zach didn't start at Gonzaga, but we see it plenty of times. Cody Williams this year from Colorado is going to be a
like
lottery
sixth
pick.
man guy for them.
And
Reed Shepherd.
he was kind of in and out. Yeah, Reed Shepherd, the guard out of Kentucky. This is the nature of it. And with Scoot, I was told, well, he played in the G League, and so he's been playing professional, and he's ready to hit the ground running. And I get tired of constantly moving the goalpost. Why is it so wrong to just have fair expectations? And I don't think Scoot had a terrible year. And towards the last month, I thought Scoot looked, well, maybe not the last month, but
I think the last month he looked good.
So after the All-Star break, Scoot started playing and he put up some good numbers and he had a nice March. But you know, we're constant. Same thing with when Sharp had a bit of a lost year with all the injuries and stuff. But God, the excuses we make and shoving, like, we should have expectations. When you are the number 3 overall pick and you're the reason we moved on from Damian Lillard, and when Sharp is supposedly the guy that can't be touched, he's the one guy on your roster, you're like, nope, that's our guy. I'm sorry, I expect more than being an also-ran all-rookie team. You're not one of the 10 best rookies in the NBA, and you were the 7th and the 3rd overall pick?
And the untradeable assets? Yeah, that's the tough part for me, is that especially like when they're doing trade talks around Dame earlier on, Shaden's untouchable. Then he should look like an untouchable player. And granted, he missed a lot of time with a core muscle injury, and who knows whether he could have come back sooner and they just let him continue to rehab because of the spot they're in with wins, losses, what have you. But there has to be, and I guess my question for you is, what part of it is more frustrating? Is it the unfairly set expectation or the talking out of both sides of the mouth, or is it the actual execution of the rookies that you picked, or is it a combination of the two that bothers you the most?
I think it's just a combination of the two. One, I expect more.
Yeah.
Flat out. When you are a lottery pick, I expect more. And
would you stomach it easier if management spoke differently about it?
It bothered, and again, this isn't on Scoot and this isn't on Sharp. And Sharp, we didn't hear this from. Like Scoot, you did. Sharp, I'll give you a pass on that, because when he was drafted, that was more of the, what are you doing? Because you were telling us that you're all in and this was this timeline. So the Sharp one was confusing. You're like, what? Like you're trying to win right now, and you literally drafted a child that is nowhere near ready. So that's a bit of a pass. The Scoot one, yes. The Scoot one, it bothers me when you sell me one thing and then 3 months later you're telling me, well, who said that? You did. Yeah. Your own words. Yeah. Now you're telling me, well, be patient, and he's not really a scorer anyways, and he's going to be a distributor. And okay, that's not what those aren't the words that you said. That drives me a little bit batty. And, going forward here, I think next year is a big year for both of these guys. Like it has to be. It has to be. You have to start finding out whether or not do you have that guy? Do you have solid building pieces here? Do you have just role guys that pencil out to be solid starters? It doesn't take 5 years in the NBA to click. It just doesn't. When you're a guy, you start showing flashes of it really, really early. And in year 2 for Scoot and in year 3 for Sharp, especially hopefully in a healthier setting, I don't expect you to win games next year. But if we're having the same conversation next year, I'm just going to roll my eyes yet again. as we, and hopefully this year's pick is someone that can be an all-rookie team. I just don't think that's a very high bar.
Well,
you're talking
especially-
about one of the 10 best rookies in the NBA.
Everyone talks about this is a bad draft. Well, guess what? All these rookies are part of the same draft. So you should be able to still, with where you're drafting, get a guy that you draft in the top 10 to be of the top 10 of his peers.
I think
that shouldn't be that hard.
I think the big thing next year, though, is going to be they have to both stay on the floor. Like, you have to be playing that minimum of 56 games or 65 games, whatever that number is. They're not going to win any awards, but whatever that award eligible number is, because right now you don't really know what you have in Shaedon, because yeah, he's done a couple cool things. Like, remember when he jumped and hit his head on the backboard and blocked that shot? Like, that was super cool, but you don't know anything from Shaedon. Scoot, it feels like maybe after the last month or so, you've learned that he's going to have some turnover issues. He's not a great shooter, but you know what he can do? He can get to the rim. He can facilitate, and the game seems to be slowing down a little bit. So you can see these growths and the potential from both of them. The problem is they both miss so much time that you don't really get to grow them. So I think for both of them, the key is to stay on the floor. And if you're not staying on the floor, then you're not an untouchable asset.
I just come from the world, and maybe it's a little skewed, but I mean, the world that I come from in football, that if you're a rookie and we draft you in the first round, the expectation is you play, and you're expected to play at a high level, plain and simple. And I know the NBA, we're two different things, but I don't.
Why should it be any different?
I just don't get it. If you are a lottery pick, especially someone like Scoot that is being brought in to, quote, be a generational player, and not viewed as the same as Sharp, who was on a veteran team. Again, I give him a little more slack, but I just think we should have higher expectations. I don't think there's anything wrong with high expectations when you are drafted in that position, because you hear all the time, well, you can't put expectations on these people. Why? You're not a child. You're a professional athlete making millions of dollars. Like, when they go out and draft Caleb Williams and the Bears, I promise you no one in the Bears organization is right now is like, hey, this is a kid. No. No. When you sign the contract and you get the jersey and you're the face of the franchise going forward, it's go time. When you're a left tackle in the NFL and you get drafted in the first round, no one wants to hear that there's a big adjustment period. That's Nick Bosa out there. You better block his ass. And if you can't, we'll find someone that will. And I just think sometimes, we're so soft with young players in the NBA, and it's like we treat
kid gloves.
And I don't know. I don't. That just doesn't. I can't abide by that. Drives me batty.
Coming up, one of four topics, maybe two of four topics. A foul ball to the face for baseball cards. Harrison Butker versus Pearl Jam. Fisticuffs at an all-star game, and one rich dude's bad sports weekend. Sook will decide what we talk about next, but first, Ortner has SportsCenter. Coming up in the club tonight, a couple stories that might catch your fancy. Rap Beef Explained. This is actually a callback to a show that you were out for when we were talking about the Kendrick versus Drake rap beef, and now it's been explained by someone who we were also talking about.
Yeah, we were talking about our man Chet Hayes.
That's
and then
right.
He pops up again.
That's right.
Yeah.
We'll explain why an entire flight was deboarded for someone's failure to comply with the exit row, and a crippling addiction leading an East Coast college to pay for a student's care. We'll tell you what that addiction was. I certainly hadn't heard of it. That's all coming up in the club. But first, want to give you, Suk, a little dealer's choice here. I've got a couple random stories from over the weekend. We have baseball to the face for baseball cards. We have Harrison Butker versus Pearl Jam. We have an all-star game fight and one rich dude's really bad sports weekend. Where do you want to start?
I want to talk about getting hit in the face for baseball cards because that seems like a terrible trade-off.
It is a terrible trade-off, it would seem. Blue Jays fan, her name is Liz McGuire, not to be confused with Lizzie McGuire, the Disney Channel character. But she went viral after she posted a tweet. I will show it to you here.
I think I saw this. Is she the guy with the big lump
She's
on her?
got a huge knot on her forehead.
I saw this and I didn't stop to look around. I just saw the big lump and I was like, oh, that's all right.
So she posted two photos. One is the day of the game, and there's a giant lump nearly the size of half a baseball on her forehead. And then the second one is a day later or a couple days later, and it shows what has turned into a huge shiner on her right eye. And she tweets, "Hey, Blue Jays, I got my face mashed in by a 110-mile-an-hour foul ball off Bo Bichette's bat. I didn't even get the ball. I did stay till the end of the game. Any way you can hook a girl up." And so apparently, if you go into the tweet, the comments, she confirms that somebody else took the ball that drilled her and made away with it.
By the way, that's poor form.
It's it's kind of like we talked about with the doucher. He was trying to throw the ball to the kid. Like, if someone gets drilled with a baseball and is injured, they should probably just keep that ball.
I will say that I've told this. The only foul ball that I've ever truly caught, outside of the Devil Ray games, you could just walk over and pick one up because there's no one there. When I was a kid, I did catch a Mariner foul ball at the Kingdom off an old lady's head. To be fair, though, and I did not give it back to her, but that was...
How old?
Oh, I was probably 10. But
you're fine.
The head, it went into the upper deck and then came back down and fell like straight down, and it bonked her on the head.
Yeah.
It was granted, it fell on an old lady's head, but it not like it was 110. If you get hit with 110 off the face, even the 10-year-old should probably give that gal the gal the ball, because she's got a baseball-sized lump on her head.
So then, of course, because this is the internet and we either believe everything we see or nothing we see, someone asked her for proof that this actually happened to her, and she said, "Proof? How about my face? How about witnesses? How about the Blue Jays medical staff? How about the ER I went to after the game?"
I can't believe she stayed.
That's what I'm saying. Now, I don't know.
You get hit in the head like that, you would think that you got to check for skull fracture. I mean, that's a serious thing.
She is Canadian. They do fight through that. I've been watching hockey.
Free healthcare, I think. Do they have free healthcare up there?
You are.
I hope so.
So, additionally, now I want to harken back to an earlier incident in Arizona. Do you remember the beekeeper incident down in Arizona where they had to delay the start of a game at a Diamondbacks game because their bees?
Yes.
And the beekeeper came out and he turned into a rock star because he vacuumed them all up and then he threw out the first pitch.
Yeah.
Well, Topps made that guy a baseball card, the beekeeper, and that went viral. And now Topps is leaning into this new thing because they've given Liz McGuire her own Topps baseball card. I have it here with her knot on her skull. They produced exactly 110 copies of it for the 110 miles per hour that ball came off the bat. And I guess they gave all the copies to Lizzie. She can decide if she's going to sell them, auction them off, do whatever.
The Blue Jays didn't hook this gal up with some tickets?
That's unclear at this point.
A hat, a ball, something?
Topps has gotten involved. I have not seen where the Blue Jays have. I would imagine with the amount of traction this has had on social media and the baseball community that they're going to do something, but yet to be seen on that front.
Look, I clicked on her post because she said, "Hey, Blue Jays, I got mashed." Yeah. The first response is from Joey Swoll. Come on, if Joey Swoll's involved, Blue Jays. If you don't know who Joey Swoll is, I don't know what to tell you.
The gym guy?
The gym guy.
What'd he have to say?
He said, "Please tell me the Blue Jays are doing something for this incredible young woman. If not, they need to do better."
How is she incredible? What does Joey Swoll know about this lady? What
Oh.
if she's a piece of garbage?
Joey Swoll's involved in this, though, and that's my point: is that when Joey Swoll is on your side, get this gal some. Get her a jersey, right? Get her tickets to a game. Have Bo Bichette.
Yeah, it says as
Take
of
her on a
Monday
date.
afternoon that it appeared the Blue Jays had not reached out yet. I mean, they could have DM'd her and we don't know about
Sure.
it, but nothing yet. I would imagine we will see
They got to do something.
Yeah.
That's a good. I'm telling you, as someone that gets black eyes from time to time, that's a quality one right
It's
there.
a good welt followed by a good shiner.
Yeah, the welt more impressive, but it's she rounded into form with a nice black eye. With a nice black eye. That knot is amazing.
Now,
I still can't believe that she stayed at the game.
Yeah, so I mean, if you tell me this is like the 8th inning, okay, fine. But if this happens in the 2nd and you stick around with that lump on your head, maybe you should have your head checked.
Good for her. They're built tough up there.
Toughing it out.
In the land of the Great White North. The true North. Strong and free. They're doing it right up there.
Well, we are familiar with pro sports owner Stan Kroenke, are we not?
Yes.
So, and he has been on many lists of maybe worst sports owners or least liked sports owners, greediest sports owners because of some of the things that he has had going on with his franchises. He might have had, just from a performance standpoint, the most crushing weekend to 4 days that you can imagine. He's got an ownership stake in the Denver Nuggets, who lost in Game 7, blew a 20-point lead.
Yeah.
He has an ownership stake in the Colorado Avalanche, who lost in double overtime to get knocked out of the playoffs.
Let me just say this for the record. Ha ha, suck it, Avalanche.
And then additionally, I didn't realize he has a stake in the Arsenal Football Club, who on the last day or the last 2 days of the season got their top spot flipped by Manchester City, only to finish 2nd in the Premier League. So 3 of his 4 franchises, I mean, it's still good to be Stan Kroenke, I don't doubt that, but not exactly going the old man's way.
Yeah. Stan Kroenke and his bad toupee and his like $70 billion, I think he's fine. But
I think he'll be fun.
That is kind of fun. I didn't realize, I knew he owned pieces of all those teams. But that's kind of fun that they all lost in the kind of the same realm. And the only one that I really celebrate losing is the Avalanche, because I truly do hate them. The rest of those teams, is Arsenal a hateable team? Do we hate Arsenal?
I don't think so. I feel like they haven't been as good. I mean, I think the villains tend to be the Manchester clubs, maybe Chelsea, Liverpool as well.
So I know Arsenal's a big deal. I'm not like a huge European soccer fan, but obviously I know.
No, they're
Arsenal.
big. They're a London club. They have a lot of supporters. So
Stan Kroenke worth, by the way, $16.2 billion.
That sounds nice. That sounds nice.
Can't buy wins. Actually, you can, because he bought an NBA title and he bought a Super Bowl. And that's the other one, too, is like that guy just had an NBA title, won a Super Bowl a couple years ago.
He's
with
doing
the
okay.
Rams.
Won a Stanley Cup as well.
That's right.
Yeah, Colorado
the
won
Avs
2
just
years.
won a Stanley Cup 2 years ago.
Just say this for the record. Can it, Kroenke? No one wants to hear it.
To be fair, he wasn't
You've
complaining.
had
I don't
way
think.
too much success.
Well, we still need to get into the fight at an All-Star game, as well as Pearl Jam taking on Harrison Butker. Going to try to sandwich both of those in before we.
Do we know if the Colorado Rapids are doing anything? Because he owns them too.
Is that the lacrosse team?
No,
Is that a
that's
MLS
the
team?
Mammoth.
I think he owns the lacrosse team as well.
He owns the Nuggets, the Avalanche, the Colorado Rapids, which is the soccer team. He owns the Colorado Mammoth, which are the lacrosse team, and then he owns the Raiders. He also owns the Los Angeles Gladiators.
He owns the Raiders? How does he own
no,
the Rams?
Gladiators.
Oh.
The Los Angeles Gladiators, who are an Overwatch esports team. He owns the Los Angeles Guerrillas, which are a Call of Duty league.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. He owns everything.
Thank you for your service.
It appears that the Colorado Rapids are in playoff position right now. They're 6th in the Western Conference.
Damn that Kroenke.
I know.
Owns a little bit. Well, good for him, man. You got 16 bill. I don't know, buy some sports teams.
All right, Pearl Jam versus Harrison Butker, plus punches thrown at an All-Star event. That's coming up next before we get to the club right here on The Fan. Isaac today. It is Buck and Souk. Coming up in just a little bit, we've got the Club Hour with Rap Beef Explained, deboarding an entire flight because of one person's exit row shenanigans, and a crippling addiction that one East Coast college paid for a student to kick. We'll get to all of that. But first, I want to tell you a little bit about the All-Star fight that happened over the weekend.
Yeah, what All-Star game was happening?
So not a game, so to speak, but an all-star race. NASCAR, in the middle of their season, does an all-star race that does not count for points in the standings. And it led to a fracas between Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Kyle Busch. Now, as the story goes, Stenhouse got knocked out of the race 2 laps in when a bunch of drivers were bunched up. He said that it was Busch that wrecked him. Busch said, everyone got bumped. I got bumped into the wall, and then because of that, I came into you. Stenhouse disagreed. So Stenhouse immediately, when he's knocked out of this race, just 2 laps into the 200, he goes right over to Kyle Busch's pit area.
NASCAR and like fights are the best.
They're real.
Yeah, because they get out, and every now and then you see one, they start throwing.
So what you see is, if you look this up, is Stenhouse drove his car over to Busch's pit area and just said, I'm just going to wait till you get off the track then. Yeah. And he waited for him, and so there's Stenhouse in street clothes, as he'd been out of the race for a while, and Busch waltzing over in his driver's gear, and they talk about it for a while, and they have this exchange about, I didn't wreck you, we all were getting wrecked, no we weren't, yes we were, and all of a sudden Ricky just throws a right hand in there, and all hell breaks loose. And I guess the dude in the gray who's tossing people around is Stenhouse's dad, apparently, Ricky Stenhouse Sr.
Oh, yeah, see here. He's getting into it with him.
And then you've got a pit crew guy from the Busch side that's like really getting after some people. It doesn't appear that anyone was hurt or needed any sort of medical attention, but a good little scrap for an all-star.
I like that Kyle Busch is fighting Stenhouse's dad.
Yeah.
Kyle Busch gets into a lot of these fights. He
and his brother are both big time red ass guys. They always get into it with other people. I feel like his brother Kurt maybe even more notorious.
Hey, I appreciate that at least in NASCAR they're willing to throw down because hockey's my favorite sport and it doesn't happen that often. But my favorite part about hockey is if you've got a beef, here it is.
You just go settle
it. You just go settle it. And the refs are there to make sure that no one dies or anything bad happens. When one falls down, the refs pile on and it's over. But I think in more sports would be better off. Look, you hate me, I hate you. I think you're an a-hole. I think you wrecked me. We're both here, talking S. Cool. Let's all. This would be better if like a NASCAR official just stepped up and they're like, all right, give him some room. 8th grade bully style, let the two, and by the way, in hockey, if you choose not to fight, you don't have to fight. You can even have someone fight for you if you're too much of a coward. And so we have that, and you square up, you throw some punches, some blood, maybe a broken tooth or something, and then you're done with it. It's over.
Exactly.
Sports would be much, much better if we stopped doing the pretend tough guy thing. And good for Stenhouse, by the way, for just being in street clothes and then throwing that right.
Yeah, so Stenhouse says, he kind of explained it. He said, I felt Kyle and I have always raced each other really hard all the way back to the Nationwide Series when we were competing for wins week in and week out and never had any issues. I wrecked him one time at Daytona, and he's badmouthed me ever since. I feel like we get along with each other okay outside the racetrack. I talked to him quite a bit, so I'm not sure why he was so mad that I shoved it 3 wide, but he hit the fence and kind of came off the wall and ran right into me. So I don't know. When I was talking to him, he kept saying that I wrecked him. But then he goes on to say, so definitely just built up frustration. I know how he runs his mouth all the time about me, and he's frustrated because he doesn't run near as good as he used to, and I understand that. We're a single car team over here working really hard to get better each and every weekend. So Stenhouse is out on an island as an independent team. Busch is part of a bigger team, and he's basically saying, listen, this guy who used to win all the time, he doesn't anymore, and he's ticked off.
Well, I'll say this for anyone, because when you watch the video there, I will never understand this. If you get someone that's angry and they come over to you, I will never understand being within like a foot of that person and having your hands down by your side. I will never in my life understand that. Chael Sonnen, the UFC fighter, local guy, you say what you will about that guy. He's hilarious, and he plays the bad guy villain. He says this all the time. He goes, dude, if you come anywhere near me, understand that I'm taking a step back, and if you come closer than that, I'm throwing the first punch. I will just the moment that he walks up to you, Bush is just sitting there with his hands down like, what's happening? And then he gets hit with the right hand. No. You got to do the hand out, take a step back, and be ready to go at that point.
Keep your distance, and if you don't, then I know we're going to dance. But but a nice shot in there from Stenhouse. And
you got to make, see, I don't think it is.
Well, maybe it's not.
Because you got to make that one count. If you're gonna do the old sucker punch,
I guess when I say it's a nice one,
you got to make that one count.
It was like usually I feel like we get guys like grappling before anyone throws, and so he had a clean look.
Yeah,
not as clean a shot as it should have been.
I'm just saying if you're gonna throw the sucker, and that's what that is. Like he comes out of nowhere. I think you got to make better. You got to make better contact.
I don't disagree.
You got one chance of that because then you know his dad's gonna jump on you, and then there's a bunch of wrestling. You got to make that one count. You got to go for the knockout shot right there.
I think he should have went hockey fighter and grabbed the shirt first.
Grab the NASCAR jacket.
I think you got to
pull
start
him closer just for some uppercuts.
Maybe get it over his face so he can't see where you're coming from.
Tell me that wouldn't be better though in sports if we had mutual combat like we had in hockey. Hey, two NBA guys who like they want to shed that soft label. Cool. You got guys words with each other. All right, we're squaring off at midcourt. Here you go. You got 30 seconds. Throw the hooks, throw the bombs, and away you go.
Well, there's way too much liability involved for everybody. But I've even heard it, you might be one of these. Well, you might be one of these proponents that I've heard people say that the rift between athletes and fan behavior has gotten so bad. We should just let a fan and an athlete go after it, and we'll see how much longer that lasts.
You get one a year. That's the Big Cat theory. You get one a year. You got to pick and choose when to use it, but
you're
one
allowed to
free
snap
one.
one time,
you get
and
one
you can go
free
after
one.
that person.
Jeez.
And you know what? I bet people would stop yapping pretty soon. Or no, maybe you just get Joey Swole up there saying, I could take this guy.
Yeah, it's worse that you get Steven Seagal out there and you never know nowadays. You get some dude that doesn't look like much, and that dude's just waiting. It's like he's going to a game looking to pick a fight with Russell Westbrook. Although for the most part, you probably shouldn't pick fights with professional athletes when you're like a middle-aged dad with a gut.
Yeah, remember that the turtle-looking dude who tried to run onto the court in the Malice at the Palace?
That's the best part. That fat dude, like in a Ben Wallace jersey, decided to square up on like Ron Artest. You're like, what? Or Jermaine O'Neal?
And that dude actually slipped. If he had kept his footing, I think his life might have ended.
He got hit with that two-piece, that 1-2 combo.
My favorite is the guy who has the beer in his hand, and Ron Artest is charging him, and he's like, "No, it's that guy. You don't understand that
Whoa,
guy.
No, keep running.
There's no beer in that guy's cup." And then Ron decks him.
Yeah, the wrong guy. Guy's just out there catching strays. There's just some guys that I don't think you want coming your way. Ron Artest is one of those.
Absolutely.
I know the NBA.
And Steven Jackson's another one. He was involved in that.
Yeah, the NBA doesn't have the reputation for being like the baddest of the bad. But I'll tell you what, Ron Artest once saw a guy stabbed in the heart with a scorer table's leg.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, Ron's seen and done some stuff. Ron's from like Harlem or something. He's been around some things.
Well, that's going to conclude the sports section of our show, if you can call it that, when we are talking about fighting at a NASCAR race. But we soldier on to the club. Coming up in the club, rap beef explained by celebrities, why an entire flight deboarded, and a crippling addiction, or at least the university said that's why they shelled out $10,000 for the students' treatment. That's coming up next in the club on The Fan. often I play him and he looks around the monitor and he goes, God. And I'm like, you said it, man. And he owns more drops of you saying things that I'm sure you're not too fond of.
Yeah, it can be, well, most of mine involved what?
Gonna go blow some ducks?
Well,
everyone's got their sweet spot, and he's really settled into settled into the bitch. I'm Jason Sakanik. My penis is very, very important to me.
She is an aloof bitch.
I love it. Well, Isaac, when you were gone, brought up the Kendrick and Drake rap beef because
this broke when I was in St. Lucia.
You were finishing up in St. Lucia. Isaac and I were doing the show together, and as you might imagine, I'm not sure we actually covered anything on the Kendrick Drake beef. I mean,
what you and Rob not breaking down the
well,
the hot rap beef of the day?
I thought that it was like Rob was maybe going to dive in and kind of do an average white man's explainer on it or something like that. That didn't happen. He basically just said, so he's mad at him for this and he's mad at him for that, and we were only kind of dabbling in that. I have been looking for a real explainer on this.
Yeah.
It feels like all of them are either way too deep of a dive or it's way too simple, like, oh, Kendrick cooked his ass. And I'm like, okay, it's got to be somewhere in between.
K'd out one.
My gal loves celebrity beef. Like the BTJ, anything involving celebrities, like you're like, who are these people that follows this stuff? I'm telling you, my gal. We went to see John Legend in Bend, and all she cared about whether or not Chrissy Teigen was there. And at the very end of the show, Chrissy Teigen came out on stage for 4 seconds, and you would have thought like Jesus had come back. My gal loves celebrity stuff. So when we were in the islands, this broke.
Oh, and so she's following this.
Oh, she's telling me all about it. She's like, have you seen this? But she's always a week late on it.
Okay.
I'm like, yeah, I've heard about it. And she just she lives for this sort of stuff.
I just kept seeing, oh, they dropped another response. Oh, they dropped another diss track. And before I could even wrap my head around the beef itself, who was saying what, there were already 5 or 6 different diss tracks out there. Bottom line is, I don't think anybody outside of the people who follow rap really understood all the shots they were taking at each other. And so I was thrilled when I learned that another rapper we had just recently talked about, Tom Hanks' son,
Chet Hayes. It's the most detailed breakdown of this that you will see. And quite frankly, I appreciated it because all I knew was they didn't like each other. And Drake was making fun of Kendrick Lamar for being small and having inaccurate information, and Kendrick was calling him a pedophile. That was the basis of what I got, and Kendrick's song seemed way, way better.
And I knew that Kendrick's work is really well celebrated. Drake's is really popular, if not maybe as celebrated, but either way, they're kind of, I don't know if they're diametrically opposed, but Kendrick is a little bit more, keeps to himself. Drake is very much out there, public image. Also, this comes in all the time on the Vancouver 4 text line. What the F does BTJ mean?
That's my big-time Japanese.
Big-time Japanese. And I love this story from Sook because we get that moniker for BTJ because when Sook's mother is describing her to other people, she says, oh, she's big-time Japanese.
Yeah, she's not just Japanese, she's big-time Japanese. So around my house, we've adopted the...
And Sook and the BTJ both love this.
Love it. Big-time Japanese. So you never know what to call your significant other, right? So I just I'm constantly looking for things, and the one that I normally call her, I can't say on air. So BTJ is way better. Yeah.
But so coming back to our rap beef, though, we were talking about white rappers and really white rapper nepo babies, rappers who came from successful lineage of other white men. So we had, of course, we were talking about, what was it, Chili T? Was that Phil Knight's kid?
Yes. Phil Knight's kid is Chili T, who is actually pretty good.
We sampled that song.
Yeah, we like Chili T.
It was pretty good. It got us onto the topic, though, of Chet Hanks, Tom Hanks' son, who's also a rapper. Well, these screenshots of their text message conversation have now come out. First of all, I love the way Tom addresses his son in the first text.
I love the fact that Tom Hanks is interested in what the Kendrick Lamar Drake beef. Tom Hanks legitimately heard a month or two after the fact. He's like, hey, what is happening with Kendrick Lamar? And so a true old man, I do this with my kid.
Uh-huh.
I'm like, What's happening with these kids? Even though Kendrick and Drake are both old men, I think those guys are both like in their 40s, are they not?
Drake's 36, 37. Kendrick's around the same age. They've hated each other since 2010.
Well, so let's get into the beef according to Chet. So
Yes.
first, Tom texts Chet and says, Big Mane. I like that he calls his kid Big Mane, which isn't even his rap name. But he goes, Big Mane, can you explain the Drake/Kendrick Lamar feud to me? And that's when Chet launches in. He goes, yeah. So Drake and this other dude, J. Cole, been saying they, along with Kendrick, are the big three in rap. Then Kendrick put out a song saying, F the big three, it's just me, initiating the beef. Then Drake was like, you got small feet because you're like 5'5" or whatever. And then Kendrick was like, you're a deadbeat dad, and made fun of his Canadian accent. So Drake came back and was like, oh yeah, well I heard you beat your wife. But literally like 30 seconds later, Kendrick put out a diss track overshadowing Drake's diss where he pretty much methodically dismantled Drake's entire psyche and called him a pedophile for flirting with young girls and revealing Drake has another kid that he was hiding from the world, which turned out to be false. And Drake came back and was like, haha, got your ass. I had people give you false info that made you look stupid. But it didn't even matter then because Kendrick dropped another West Coast banger where he really went in on labeling Drake a pedophile that was pretty much the sonic equivalent to... let's see, pull this up on the second page now because it's gone over 2 pages of text.
By the way, that's the longest text I've never. If you took all the texts that I've ever sent to my 3 children, none of them, they all wouldn't combine to be as long as this response to what's with the Drake-Kendrick beef.
So he continues, this is the sonic equivalent of when you took me to your high school in Oakland and we walked in on the basketball game and everybody started going nuts. Like if you heard it, you would just automatically know how to crip walk with a stank face while clutching an Oscar in each hand with Marshawn Lynch, then dap him up, tell him town business, which solidified not only the win, not only for Kendrick, but the entire West Coast. So that's how Chet wraps it up. And Tom says, holy cow, those are fighting words. People taking sides? Who's winning? And to which Chet goes, did you not read what I just said? And as Will would tell us, yeah, it was K-Dot or Kendrick Lamar who won that beef.
Kendrick won.
Oh, yeah. It was like a landslide. No one thought Drake won except for people that were kissing Drake's ass. Let me just say for the record, that's the only good thing that Chet Hanks, a.k.a. Chet Hayes, has ever done in his life is put that text message. I don't know if his dad likes it, but yeah, he put that on his like his social media. That's the best thing he's ever done.
What about White Boy Summer?
You know what?
You're forgetting the greatness of White Boy Summer.
That's the best thing that he's ever done.
On that note, when we were pulling some chili tea rap last week, I tried to pull some of the Chet Hayes White Boy Summer. It was too explicit for me to even bleep out, and then I saw that he had himself draped in the Jamaican flag on the cover art, and I was really confused.
Yeah, it's weird that the White Boy Summer is sung with a Jamaican accent when you're Tom Hanks's kid and you're from like Beverly Hills, and it's White Boy Summer but with a Jamaican flag. It's very confusing. I find that that's like if I just came on and started speaking with a British accent, although at least that would be like, I guess that's why. It'd be more like if I came on and started speaking with, I don't know, like a Jamaican,
well, because it doesn't even, like, if you came in and started speaking with a Swedish accent, well, at least like that's your lineage. But that's like you coming in and having an Indian accent all of a sudden. Like,
yeah,
what?
One, it seems kind of
a little bit, yeah.
It's offensive.
At least if it's a Swedish accent, at least you could be like, I don't know, he's doing bits, but it's against other white people. But I can't come in and it's just like if I started talking super urban and hip, yeah, it doesn't quite work so well.
Well,
Chet is also the guy that says that he can say the N-word because he feels like he's black. Yes, he's a rich white kid, but he identifies as a black kid from the street.
As one does.
Rachel?
I'm not making that up. Like, he really says that. It's a hell of a thing.
He's like the Rachel Dolezal lady.
Yes. Boy, that's a
a rapper.
Yeah, if you don't know, she was the gal that was like a black activist, and it turns out she was white and just got like a really like deep tan and then curled her hair and tried to pass herself off, which is really, really awkward.
She was like the head of like the NAACP chapter in Spokane or something like that.
I think she's got an OnlyFans now too.
Is that right?
Everyone does.
I think
it's the hip thing.
I think she's putting out the nudes. I'm not gonna say I wouldn't.
The Vancouver Ford text line, by the way, asking us, they said, hold on, Tom Hanks was from the mean streets of Oakland? Yes, that is true. I don't know that he's from the mean streets necessarily. I believe he went to Skyline High School, but he was he grew up in the Bay Area. He grew up in Oakland. My mom's best friend actually dated Tom Hanks in high school. Before
he screwed that one up.
Yeah, they were counselors at like a kids Christian summer camp together. They were both very kind of straight edge at the time, but there were things that she would see him do in movies and mannerisms, and she's like, "Oh no, he does that in real life." And so an interesting little insight. But yes, Tom Hanks is from Oakland, I believe, from Skyline High School.
I'll be damned. Yeah, it's always one of those, like, you ever see like those posts where they do like celebrities prom pictures? You realize that some schnook just like took Beyonce to the prom or whatever.
Yep.
You're like, oh man.
Well, like Rebecca Romaine, who ended up becoming Rebecca Romaine Stamos, the swimsuit model. She went to Berkeley High School, and she kind of like hid herself as like a bohemian like hippie.
Yeah.
And people did not realize just what like a hottie they had on their hands. And then it's like, whoa, where'd you come from?
I don't think I went to school with anyone famous, as far as I know. There's not many like super famous people from Vancouver, Washington. We had a couple like athletes go on and play like O-line or something, but I just think it'd be weird, like if your prom date, like we all remember, like I don't know, like our floozy, you know, I guess that's not.
Whoa, whoa, dude!
I was thinking like fly by night, like you're, you know, in high school, you have like you date a girl for a month or whatever. You go to you freaking Tolo with someone, you know, it's whatever prom thing. Like, who thinks that turns out to be like the biggest star in the world? Like,
right.
Like someone as like, well, I guess Taylor Swift was big when she was like 15, but. You know what I mean? Like that's got to be somewhat bizarre. Like you know, some random girl that I went to high school with that I don't really remember, and I'm like, I think her name was like Tiffany or something. I'm like, yeah, I kind of remember. Like, oh yeah, by the way, she's selling 100 million albums.
Yeah,
that's
that
be
would
like
be
a
wild.
surreal thing.
The text line saying, I'd like to see Phil Knight ask his son what the rap beef was all about. see how Chili T explains it.
Yeah, we need a better explanation from Chili T, although I thought old Chet Hayes there, I thought he did a perfect job.
So that's the thing is, even though that was one of the longest texts you've ever seen, for a rap beef that went back and forth with like 6 tracks and had like a decade's worth of history, I thought it was pretty good.
Hey, it's the first time I really had a full understanding. I just thought they hated each other. That's always good enough for me.
Well, it all comes from the Control verse in 2010, but we need a break.
Have you ever, Sook, been addicted to any food?
Oh, 100%. 100%.
Do you think you
All
could
the
get
foods?
an institution of higher learning to shell out 10 grand to help with that food addiction?
I'm intrigued. Let's talk about it.
We'll talk about it next, right here on 1080 The Fan.
The Fan is live on YouTube, Twitch, on 1080 The Fan.
Double sun power!
Welcome back to the club. A little bit of a clarification. When I said the school paid for the addiction treatment of this student, it's not quite accurate, although the school did reach a legal settlement with the student previously that helped fund said addiction treatment. So, it's a little roundabout. The headlines made it a little nefarious, but
what sort of food? So this isn't like Coke and you
No.
got Colombian Bam Bam. This is like you're addicted to Dino Nuggies.
From the New York Post, a Manhattan law school student was so hooked on cheese that she had to go to rehab to end her insatiable appetite for dairy.
Same.
Well,
Cheese is delicious.
let's see if it's the same. She's 27 years old, and it says that at her peak, she was devouring an estimated 5.5 blocks of cheese per week.
Get right the hell out of town. Is this big gal?
So it said,
Is this a big gal?
It said at the height of her addiction, she ballooned all the way up to 172 pounds.
That's not that
Yeah,
bad.
Not that big.
I would have thought.
There
more.
are.
Like,
Hold on,
if you're
let's see.
eating
There are
5 blocks of cheese. I think it's a fair question because there are skinny people too that just house it, or is this like a my 600-pound life thing?
This, I think, is her
She looks like a normal-
when she was at the
Looks like a
172.
normal gal.
Yeah, definitely. But then you see like when she dropped like 50-something pounds without all the cheese. Anyhow, the article. Yeah, well,
A block of cheese is 1,800 calories.
So you're eating 5 of those a week?
it
Five
gets
and a half?
it gets pretty gnarly. So it says here that she said that her cravings, her camembert cravings, began during her junior year at NYU in the spring of 2018, when she binged almost daily on the cheapest bricks of white cheddar and Parmesan that she could find.
How do you get strung out on I don't even know how you begin.
It's
to eat
9,000 calories.
To eat a block of cheese.
She says, I'd stop by either Morton Williams or Whole Foods and I would just buy cheese. I would just literally eat a block of cheese with my hands while sitting on the floor of my Midtown apartment in the dark.
Oh my gosh.
It was the only thing that would make me feel somewhat whole inside.
That is a full on
Unless it was Swiss.
Yeah, that's like you're sitting on the ground in an apartment somewhere in the dark. That's like shooting heroin. That's like really that's a dark place to be, and yet this is just blocks of white cheddar?
Well, I thought that was strange too until we got Dr. Neil Barnard of the Cheese Trap, an adjunct professor.
Jeez.
He wrote a book called The Cheese Trap.
The cheese trap?
And
I don't believe
he's
this
an
guy.
adjunct professor at George Washington University School of Medicine, and he explained that people like Adela here become addicted to cheese due to the high concentration of fat and salt in the food, along with a protein as casein that can be known as casein that can get people mildly hooked. He said, quote, cheese contains opiate chemicals that attach to the very same brain receptors that fentanyl or any other narcotic attaches to. He said that due to the high concentration of casein in cheese, some people refer to cheese as dairy crack.
Huh. I had no idea that you could get addicted to cheese. I mean, look, cheese is delicious.
It is.
But I've never once been because sometimes in the morning, I'll take if I want something before I work out, I'll take 2 slices of turkey.
Sure.
Wrap a piece of cheese around it, and you can, if you're looking for
Nice
something,
little protein snack to start the day.
something to get up. But I've never once had a slice of cheese and thought to myself, you know what I need? 9 more slices of cheese. Then that. I don't know. Just I'm fat. I had no idea.
Yeah, and the thing is, there's more details to her story about she would basically be buying salads at places that you could build your own and just dumping the cheese. She'd get a
salad?
Caesar and then she's like, I'm realizing that I'm pretty much having a load of Parmesan with a little bit of lettuce and dressing on the
So
side.
I get it. We got a semi-big gal who really loves cheese. Why does the school? How is the school involved in this? How is this NYU's fault?
It is not NYU's fault. She settled an anti-Semitism lawsuit that she
What?
brought against the school in 2019.
Anti-Semitism?
She's
What? They hate the Jews by giving them cheese?
Well, there's all the this
all
is
coming to play.
this was back in 2019 that this suit got settled. I think she started the suit in 2018. Let's see. The details of the suit not disclosed here, but basically she got a settlement in that she went with the money to, well, I mean, she got the money a while ago, but it's because of this settlement she's able to afford rehab in Hilton Head, South Carolina for this addiction at the tune of about a little over $5,000 per week.
But why? What suit? Like what? I don't understand how anyone is responsible.
No, it's just her that's responsible for her cheese addiction.
But she got money.
Well, she got money for a different issue.
From anti-Semitism.
She got money from an anti-Semitism lawsuit that has nothing.
Okay.
So that's why.
All right. So they hated her because she was
how
Jewish,
and that's how the
so
headlines
she got
muddled.
The Jewish money, and then therefore turned that into I got to stop my
She
big
got hooked on
my big
cheese.
butt from eating cheese.
Yeah, she sued.
Okay.
She sued the school.
Okay.
They paid her money. She got hooked on cheese. She had the cheese to pay for the treatment to get off of cheese.
I'll be damned. Huh. I had no idea. But see, it made sense because we all sue now over. It's like when the tobacco companies, I guess, was one thing. But I'm always fascinated when big people sue McDonald's. Like you didn't know going to McDonald's was bad for you. Like it just makes no sense. Like,
Now-
I was going to talk about you didn't. Now everyone has to put the caloric intake on everything. Like you weren't aware that going to Taco Bell was you can't figure out why you're 320 pounds. Like that one never dawned on you that maybe Wendy's 3 times a day isn't the best thing for you.
So other significant details here. It says that she stopped menstruating for 5 months during this cheese addiction.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah. She also became at risk for type 2 diabetes.
Well,
that goes without saying.
Yeah.
It says that now these days she reaches first for a lighter mozzarella over a Vermont cheddar or a Parmesan.
She's still eating the cheese, huh?
Okay, so
She should have to quit at cold turkey. Hold
she
on.
says, I dabble, but not the way I used to before, adding, when I'm really stressed, I'll still have a block of cheese, but it doesn't happen that often.
A full block
That's
of
what she
cheese.
says.
Wow. That's like, hey, I went to AA, and I'm off the whiskey. I'm just gonna drink some beer from time to time and some wine when I feel really stressed.
Yeah, no more hard booze for me. It'll just mostly be Rainiers or Coors Lights. But you know what? I will mix in a bottle of Jack when I'm feeling stressed.
Look, please get it correct. Banquets.
Excuse
I don't drink
me.
Coors Lights.
Excuse me.
Get it right.
I don't mean to be insensitive here, but this feels like not an addiction. This feels like you like cheese too much.
That is the
You
definition.
need to
of
stop.
That's the definition of an addiction, though, right? Like anything that you can't stop that's negatively impacting your health. That
So
you
then
can't
are
stop
people
technically-
addicted to Taylor Swift?
Yeah, you can get addicted to anything. Well, that's like sex addiction. That's another one. People are like, I'm addicted to sex. I'm like, aren't we all? Has anyone ever had sex the first time and been like, well,
There are people
under normal circumstances, but most of the time when you're like a 15-year-old kid or 16, whenever your first experience is, there's very few boys at least that are like, that's terrible. I never want to do that again. It's usually like, let's see how many times I can do this. Is that a sex addiction or is it just you really like something? But if you're doing something and it negatively affects you, I think that's the definition of addiction. Is like negative consequences and it doesn't stop you. You keep doing it. So if you're eating cheese and you're like, hey, I've got diabetes and I can't have a period and I can't take a bowel movement for 6 months and you're like, I still need cheddar, that's an addiction.
And it was cut off by a family intervention. Her mom saw her gain the weight, knew that she had stopped menstruating and became at risk for diabetes, and was like, you're not well, you need to go away for a while.
For cheese.
And that's and she said that family intervention saved her life, she
Is
says.
there a $5,000, you said, a week?
$5,800 a week in Hilton Head, South Carolina.
Who knew that cheese was that hard to kick?
Well, again,
and apparently she hasn't kicked it.
She hasn't fully kicked it.
Although-
That's why I struggle with the addiction part of this.
And it says her weight is back down to a string cheese slim, 123 pounds.
That's messed up.
In part aided by Ozempic.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, everyone's on that now.
So she's keep eating the old cheese. By the way, let's take a bet. As I have a sinking feeling that 5 years from now it's going to turn out that Ozempic is just killing people.
Yeah.
Everyone's running to it. It's like the miracle drug. But no one really knows exactly how it's making you lose weight. That's my bold prediction. We kick this thing down the road a couple years. People will be dropping left and right, and that thing's going to get yanked off the market. It's like Fen was the one when I was a kid.
Oh,
like
yeah.
everyone was taking fen-phen, and they're like, wait a minute, that's causing heart attacks.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Ozempic is cheating anyways.
Will wants weight loss the old-fashioned way.
I did.
Just starve yourself.
Not true. Count the calories. You can do it healthy.
Input, output, right?
That's right.
No one wants to do any of that. It's like, hey,
I did.
I want to lose
And
weight,
man.
but I want to change none of my habits.
Then
I
you don't want to lose weight.
I don't want to exercise. I sure as hell don't want to stop eating what I want. I want to be able to jab something into my stomach and lose a bunch of weight.
Cheaters.
I gotta. One of the BTJ's friends is on. I don't think it's on Ozempic. What is it? The semi-glutide, whatever. The different one. There's like 8 of them, right?
Ozempic Light.
Well, I think it's like semi-glutide is like the active ingredient in Ozempic. I think that's what it is. So there's a bunch of them. It's not just Ozempic. So she's on another
off-brand,
another thing of Ozempic, and she's not even like a big person, but she wants to lose some pounds, and she's been on it for like 2 or 3 months, and she's just nauseous all the time. I guess that's like part of it. Is it just makes you feel bloated and nauseous?
Oh, so you have no appetite.
So
you don't
want
eat
to
food.
eat. And she hasn't lost a bunch. She hasn't really lost any weight on it, but she's hurt. And by the way, it's been a while since I've talked to her, but she was like, yeah, I've heard from people that sometimes it's like really, really miserable for like the first couple months, and then you like lose a bunch of weight. So I'm like, you just get nauseous every day and feel like crap in the hopes that somewhere down the line, like 10 to 15 pounds magically just comes off you. And she's like, well, yeah.
Just eat less. It's not that hard. Work out an extra day. It's not that hard.
The New York Post called the situation the Gouda, the bad, and the ugly.
Oh.
I just can't think of anything that I like that much.
No.
I mean, you're eating 10,000 calories a week in cheese.
Someone also says that Neil Barnard, who compared cheese to opiates, is a radical vegan activist who advocates.
I assume all vegans are radical.
That's, not too far off.
Be grateful you don't have too much of an addictive personality. Otherwise, you'd be eating.
Another texter says, that seems like way too much cheese for one sitting as I finish my 7th beer.
Hey. 9 beers, 9 hot dogs, right?
Hey, you know what?
Have we talked about that? Did you guys talk about that on Friday?
Not really.
No.
Well, we might have to get into that in the next day or two because Will Ortner has completed the 999 challenge up at Safeco. I know Suk believes he can. Will does too. We'll get into that, but I do want to do a little homage to Isaac. The club hour wouldn't be complete unless we're complaining about what's going on in the friendly skies and flights either turning around or not taking off at all. That's coming up next, but first, Ortner at Sports Center.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk.
to the club. I don't know when we're going to stop getting this question as the listeners are being indoctrinated into the BTJ, and
I don't know what to tell you, people. Get on board, huh?
BTJ stands for Big Time Japanese. That is Sook's significant other. It is how Sook's mom describes her, and now how we refer to her. Everyone thinks it is hilarious and awesome.
She does not.
She does.
Yeah, she embraces it.
She did not when I called her it. She was not a fan.
Yeah, she embraces it.
I came up to her at the gym and was like, hey, I heard about your new nickname. And she goes, which one? Was not happy.
It was better than the other one. I used to call her Sugar Teas. But
Oh, nice. Women love that.
it's best in front of colleagues, friends. It's the best thing. It's the only good thing Mel Gibson has ever done outside of Braveheart. Is when he called that officer Sugar Teas. Mel Gibson is a horrific human being that everyone apparently has forgotten about. But like that one drunken arrest that he had.
Has he been
called
out in public at all recently?
Oh, yeah.
Hacksaw Ridge?
Yeah, like he's making movies. Like he's out and
feel like I
about.
haven't
Like
seen one of them,
he's survived all that stuff.
Wasn't he up for an Oscar this last year?
For what? What did
2
he do?
years?
It wouldn't shock me.
I mean, I'm not saying I'm shocked either, but I can't think of the last thing that I saw him in.
He's been a
Daddy's Home 2.
Yeah, he was in Daddy's Home 2. I think he's making some more like independent type stuff. I think he actually might be making a sequel to The Passion of the Christ.
Oh.
I'm looking here at the last things that he
He made Father Stew.
Yeah, he was in Father Stew. Anything else that did really well? But for a guy that is like a wife beater and anti-Semite. Like,
I read about Fat Man that he was in. That was like it was like a Christmas horror with Santa Claus. If Fat Man was Santa.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah, he's out there. Like he goes to award shows and stuff. I mean, he's out. But
Yeah, there you go. Daddy's Home 2, 2017.
Yeah, like for all the people that got canceled in Hollywood, how is that guy not canceled? Like that's a horrible human being. But he was caught on police like recording, calling a female officer Sugar Teas.
See, I think it would have been better if he called a male officer that. But either way.
I just love in the midst of a drunken arrest that you just decide that you're going to throw that one out there. You're like, holy gee. So she can't complain because BTJ is more respectable than Sugar Teas, right?
And accurate.
Exactly.
The teas might not be made of sugar, but she is very much from Japan. Want to talk to you about something that would invoke the ire of the man who usually sits in this seat. When things happen on airlines, Isaac is none too tolerant of it, and we saw yet another one of these incidents. I'm guessing this was over the weekend. It's not time-stamped, but the video has been making the rounds. It's about 5 minutes long, and it comes to us from Charlotte, North Carolina, at Charlotte Douglas International Airport, where there's a woman sitting in an exit row fighting with the staff. First with attendants, then with a maintenance person. Then eventually the police show up, including one police officer in a bike helmet.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that, but it just adds to the flavor of the entire scene. Essentially, what is alleged here is that the attendants come by when they're doing the pre-flight spiel and doing all the safety things, and they ask the people in the exit row, are you at least 18 years of age, and are you willing and able to help people in case of emergency?
And they say all the time, if you're not able to, we'll switch you seats.
And
that is, by the way, that's like the most universal thing known of all time. Put down what you're doing. I have to ask you this brief question, and you just nod your head, say yes.
You have to say yes, make eye contact, like basically like an official acknowledgement that this is what's going on, and then off you go.
Yes.
Easy as pie, no issue whatsoever. Well, until you get to this woman.
Dumbass.
And this is a perfect case of you don't have to always say everything that you think just because it's on your mind. They go to ask her, at least according to the reports, this question, and she says, oh, I'm not saving anybody. If something happens, I'm going to save myself.
Which, by the way, I have no problem with that answer.
I think a lot of people feel that way, but you don't say it.
Exactly, because this is, I'll be honest with you. If we're crash landing and somehow we land and we're not all dead, which we probably are anyways, and I'm sitting by the door, first order of business, get the door open. Second order of business, my big ass out the door. If anyone else, and I'm follow me to freedom, follow me. Now, if there's someone sitting next to me that has some sort of handicap, a bum leg, maybe a palsy of some kind, I'm willing to pick that person up and then come down the slide with me. Other than that, everyone at that point, you're on your own. But
And
what you don't
I think
say,
people know that.
everyone knows that. You don't say it. You don't turn to the lady and be like, oh, hell no.
So then, of course, the airline staff is none too pleased with her response because either she's not taking it seriously or she is taking it seriously and she's being a jerk about it and she's serious that she doesn't want to help and they, as the staff, have to take that seriously. So they ask her to move and then she's like, oh, no, I'm not moving. It's like, well, you just said you wouldn't help and now you won't move. And she's like, why would I move? I need to pick up my grandson in Texas. Well, then you shouldn't have mouthed off to the flight attendant. So what ends up happening, as she fails to comply with the requests of the exit row, then fails to move her seat or get reassigned, they have to bring the police onto the flight to arrest her and deboard the entire plane in Charlotte, and every other passenger has to get off.
I would have been so livid at this lady. I would have just been like, shut the F up, say that you'll do it, and let's all get where we're going. And this was my point, like when dealing with the police. Well, I said like with the whole Scotty Scheffler thing. Even if you totally think what's happening to you is horse crap, right? You disagree with it. You don't think you should have been pulled over. You don't think that this should be a rule on the plane. 100%, right? Like you don't think this is fair. In what world does it make your situation better to do this? How did you really think this was? Is this lady so stupid?
I honestly think she was like firing jokes off. Well, I ain't doing that. I'm saving myself. And it's like, that's all funny, haha. But now when people press you on it, you better say, yeah, I'm game to help out.
It blows my mind. Like, how did you think this was going to end? That all the crew and the captain comes back and tells her.
Haha, Tina's so funny. She had a good one. She said she's not going to help, but we're going to let her go.
When the captain comes back and is like, ma'am, like, you can either say you're going to help,
or you can move,
or we're kicking you off the plane, and you're like, no. What? Like, what?
Worst person on earth.
How do you think this ends for you? And in general, I don't mind people who play stupid games and win stupid prizes that happen to themselves. But now you've inconvenienced 200 other people.
Oh God, I would have thrown something at her. I guarantee. I would have whatever. I was like, can I get a ginger ale? Why? Because I want to throw it at this lady's
closed,
head.
please.
Yes. I would like a full can because I would like to shake it up and then grenade it over the top and hit this lady in the face. And watching her get arrested, like literally on the tarmac, it just.
Like you wanted this. You wanted it to end like this. You could have stopped this at 16 different points before we got there.
And that's exactly every one of these morons that gets kicked off of an airplane. You get so many chances. Because they
don't want to stop the plane.
No.
They don't want to deboard everybody.
No.
They don't want to call the cops.
No. Again, it's my same thing I say about dealing with the cops. Before that cop ends up putting you in cuffs, realize like how many of those videos do you see where the cops like, seriously, dude, just don't do that. Like, just we're not doing that, right? I don't want to do this. And you literally talk yourself into an arrest. Like I said, I have told the story so many times, the infamous jaywalking ticket.
Mm-hmm.
And I earned every one of those dollars. And at the very end, when I was outraged, the cop gave me the choice. Take your ticket and go over there, or you can be arrested. And guess what I did?
I'll take my ticket and go over there.
I shut my mouth. And while I was outraged at my ticket, I also didn't want to go to jail.
You didn't want to make it worse, which
No.
this woman had no problem doing.
So even when you talk your way into a bad situation and are inebriated, you still can have the wherewithal to be like, all right, I've taken this far enough. Thank you, officer, for my ticket. And then once he leaves, then talk as much as you want. Right? If this lady is pissed, just shut up, and then when the plane's in the air, you can be as sassy as you want to be.
Sure. That's exactly, like, just make sure you're on your way to your destination, and then you can be a jerk, I guess. But no.
And someone's saying she's going to probably sue the airline. Probably.
Maybe, yeah.
And you're going to lose. Because it's universal. They can ask you, are you willing to help people? Great answer, by the way. No.
All right.
I'm only helping myself. Screw you.
We're up against it. We'll wrap up this story and preview tomorrow's show next on The Fan.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I love scotch. I love scotch. Scotch, scotch, scotch.
On 1080, The Fan.
Can I get a hot tub?
Well, we pretty much got to go. Comment from the text line here that sometimes that American maverick individualism attitude is simply being a stupid child. Could not be said better.
Again, no one I hate being told what to do, but when the consequences are so severely and just without fail stacked against you.
It's a losing proposition. You have nothing to gain from being that way.
Yeah, like what? As you're sitting in jail, costing yourself money for an attorney, bail, all that.
Oh, and probably causing all kinds of headaches for your family that has to come deal with it.
Do you have any, like, is it like, well, I stood on principle alone? And it's one thing, like, if you're Rosa Parks, I get it. Like, you're making a stand, but
this is not that.
You're not Rosa Parks. You're just some ass.
You're like, hey, will you help in an emergency? No.
No. What? It just blows my mind. It's the same people. Like, again, I get at this point the mask thing. Like, I didn't wear a bunch of masks because my beard wouldn't, the mask didn't do me any good. It never fit on my face anyways. My beard was where COVID lived. But I understood that anywhere I went, I had to wear a mask.
There's an expectation.
There was
a
an
social
expectation.
contract almost.
Well, it wasn't even a social contract. They just, whether I thought I needed one to wear one or not, in order to get places, I had to put one on.
Sure, it was a requirement.
And I never understood the people that were like, I don't have to wear a mask. They make me wear pants, right? Like, we follow a million rules. I can't get on an airplane with my ass, like, just exposed and be like, you know what? This is how I roll, man. You can't tell me what to wear. Yes, you can. It is your business.
You can talk like that and dress like that at home,
So,
but when you do things in public, there generally are consequences.
If I want to hang dong, then I don't